Hey, welcome in, chat. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Cheese, welcome in with the first as well. ECB, welcome in. Cubing, Mr. 400, welcome in. And Vice on YouTube, welcome in. We're going live earlier than we normally would. And I know I already pinged people earlier, but I just gave like a range, so I'm going to ping people that were live right now. Okay. How's everybody doing? How's everybody's Saturday going? My birthday is tomorrow. Happy early birthday, Mr. 400. If this stream cracks midnight, I'll be able to wish you an actual happy birthday. Actually, I don't know you're Central, I'm pretty sure. I could be mistaken. I thought you were Central time, though. So maybe I will be able to wish you a proper happy birthday. Psych with the follow. Welcome in. I'm feeling so ants for this tier list, by the way. Hello. Sup Shockle Tits. That's crazy. Welcome in, Noah. So Psych is the Schmeckles alt. Or it's somebody who watched yesterday's VOD. Either way, welcome in. Chat, what do we think about like face cam and all that? Welcome in, Warhammer. Excuse me. Streamer Slay the Jokers isn't working. Whoever that guy was, he had a vision and I see it. Okay, that's definitely a Schmeckles alt. Columbus in S+, everything else in F. True. At Focus Shock, look at Discord. Streamer Slay the Jokers isn't working. Welcome in, Luna. Appreciate the one biddy. Look at Discord. Is this what we're referring? At Focus Shock, what should I do here? Sell the Swash. Swash is doing nothing if you have Photo Chad. Even with such a large egg, planet levels are going to get you infinitely higher with Photo Chad than the Swash is going to be doing things. So sell the Swash. 100%. 100% sell the Swash. Or the Seeing Double, I guess, but seeing, like, X-Mult can still do something, whereas Swash is going to be... Once you get a planet level that's, like, above pretty much 5, depending on what the hand is, Swash is going to be pennies on the dollar. Put me in S tier, put Gangsta in F- tier. That's crazy. Gangsta's not going in F- tier. Hello. Best mod ever here. Self-glaze is crazy, as usual. Welcome in, Steven, as well. Yeah, Slay the Jokers is not going to work, chat. Slay the Jokers is not going to work. Okay. Chat! I don't know. I feel like I should wait for more people to do here before I do the, before I do the intro. Real talk, create a tier called RNG bullshit and put Idle and Misprint in there? No. I'm not making like branching tiers. This is gonna be probably all the tiers that we have. Also, chat, how do we feel about the tiers here? If you just read through all of them, we have F through S+, and then each tier has like a description. How do we feel about the tiers? Do we want some edits somewhere, or do we think this is like a good amount of placements, so to speak? Shock just said best mod glazing. Does that mean I am his favorite and am glazing myself, or I'm just glazing like I'm the best mod? Neither. I was talking to YouTube chat. Where's my hair tie? Hello? At that point, wouldn't egg be pointless besides temp value? That temp value is the only thing that that egg needs to be. Egg only needs to give temp value, man. Otherwise, like it doesn't need to be giving anything other than that. $50 temperances are still crazy. I feel like C tier should be early game over D. And then but then D would just be like niche stuff. I don't know. Early game is good IMO. It is, but like it's only good early game, right? Like Jimbo, I think is the perfect, not to get into spoilers, but I think Jimbo is the perfect like D tier Joker. Like +4 mult is unusable, obviously, for late game builds, but like Jimbo is the anti-1 Joker. Like if you find a Jimbo and anti-1, you're chilling. Early live, yeah, I tagged the Discord. Why is everyone forest green today? Who knows? Are there any Jokers that actively hurt you with a benefit that's not worth it besides going a Joker slot, of course? We'll get into it. Jimbo's S tier? Yeah, true. My brother who's on Gold Stake still skips and hates pair runs, so he has only one deck with Gold Stake unlocked because he hates doing the best things. I mean, that's fine. If your brother's still having fun, then let him not play pair builds, man. I have fun optimizing every run and going on win streaks and playing like almost exclusively Gold Stake, okay? That being said, that's not like the ideal way of playing Balatro. The ideal way of playing Balatro is however you have fun, right? I don't like Nanninf runs. A lot of people would probably call me wild for that take, but I think Nanninf runs are super boring. But like, you know, that doesn't stop people from going for Nanninf. All right, I'll be right back. I need to find my hair tie. Even though I'm probably not going to use it, it's just, I don't know. I need it on my wrist to be able to function because stupid. Big ass beetle was on my light. That's cool. He literally wins 1 in 100 runs and grabs Baron and Ancient the second they cross his shop. Ancient's a W grab, unless you're on checkered deck. But Baron, yeah, I think is always terrible. I like not Nanninf runs because I hate not having it. That's fair. I finally beat Gold Stake Plasma. Huge. Good shit. Been helldiving with my dad and it's been great. Good shit, bruh. I gotta get back into Helldivers, man. I haven't played it in like forever. But it's such a fun game. Such a fun game. I don't think I've even played the newest like handful of updates. Baron Pog Baron is my favorite thing. I'm so sorry, man. Ancient is overrated. I disagree. Ancient is, I feel like, pretty well rated. Happy birthday, Moppy, in YouTube chat. Huge. Ancient can carry runs. Anything that's like a win con that can carry just on its own, I think, deserves some praise. Gangsta just redeems play this deck. Okay. What's everyone's favorite indie game? Just curious. Bro said play Stencil. That's not a deck. Gangsta, we ain't playing Balatro. Yeah, probably this whole stream we're not playing Balatro. Also, welcome in Ghost. Favorite indie game? Honestly, I don't know. Would I say Balatro? I think at the very least it would be in the consideration. What other indie games do I play? I might just have to say Balatro. I don't play much. I don't play many indie titles. I think Undertale was fire when I played it. I only played through the full game. I played through the full game and got every ending in Undertale, and then I never touched it again after that. But like as a one-time thing, I think Undertale's pretty fire. Probably I would put Balatro over it though, just because it's more my style. I play Balatro and that's it. Yeah. My top 4 games are all indie games and are all interchangeable. Undertale, Deltarune, and both Hollow Knight games are some of my favorites. That's fair. Silky Nut and Hollow Nut. Hello. Stencil is my favorite deck. True. Finished a 5-kilometer race. Endorphins are high. Damn. GG with the 5K race. That's huge. Gangsta, I'm just gonna refund that play this deck, man. I'd much rather have Baron deck. Yo, true. It was a race organized by the fire department. Gotcha. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. No? Stencil deck is invisible. You can't see it. Yo, that'd actually be kind of fire, though, no? Oh, you know what? Okay. Super normie pick. Super normie pick. You know what indie game was so fun for a while? Lethal Company. Lethal Company. Again, super normie pick. But damn, that game was fire. We all know 8-ball deck is the best. Yeah, maybe. Favorite indie game, Bad North. Interesting. As for my favorite non-indie game, it would either be Minecraft or is that Smash Ultimate? Balatro, Poké-Rogue. Poké-Rogue is huge. Pokemon Emerald Rogue, Pokemon Radical Red, Cuphead, Hollow Knight, Repo. So Balatro, 2 of the biggest indie titles of all time, and then Repo and a bunch of Pokemon ROM hacks, and Poké-Rogue. Yo, Poké-Rogue slaps. I've been getting back into it this week. I actually did something that looks like running if you squint, 50 minutes total. Quite proud of myself. Huge. Yeah, it's still, dude, a completed race is still a completed race. That's huge. Love that. Shit, we doing the thing? We are indeed doing the thing. Welcome in, someone unknown. Getting flashbanged with that blue name. Sucker for Portal 2. Shock, can you look at my last question and answer it unless you already did? In YouTube chat? Should I play Stardew, Forsaken, or 99 Nights in the Forest? I only know what Stardew is, so Stardew. I don't know the other ones. Yo, same, though. Dude, I don't know. I had like a week-long kick where I was getting back into Pokemon, and then that obsession got dropped as soon as I had it. I got back into watching like Pichow. For people who know, like, Pokemon Nuzlocke shit. And I saw the Draiano Gauntlet. And I was like, oh, this doesn't look too bad. Got Fire Red Omega on my phone. First shotted Fire Red Omega. Hardcore Nuzlocke. Calculus. Didn't play any of the other games. Just immediately fall off. Just immediately fell off. But that was still fun. Stone Joker is overrated and everyone hates it. It's not overrated, but everyone does hate it. X Nights in the Forest is on Roblox? No, I have no idea. I haven't been on Roblox in forever, and I'm probably not going to until they fix their, you know, their CEO business. I actually haven't kept track of that, so maybe they already have, and I'm just stupid. But you know. All the schlep controversy and stuff like that. Probably I'm going to be staying away from Roblox. Chat, I ordered hibachi and they forgot my hibachi. What do you mean they forgot your hibachi? Is that not like the entire... Hello? That's crazy. How dare you say that? Stone Joker is trying his best. He's trying his best, but he's still a disappointment, man. I'm sorry. You can put your A game into it and still be bad. And that's Stone Joker. I feel bad, but he's still not good. Why is Valve allergic to the number 3? Portal, then Portal 2 and stops. Half-Life and Half-Life 2, and then they drop Half-Life Alyx. Video idea, everything is Wii Joker. What do you mean everything is Wii Joker? The DoorDash order included everything but my hibachi, including the side dishes for said hibachi. What? That's actually tragic. What? Love my daily words of wisdom from Focus. I don't know how wise those words are, but they sure are daily. 17 minutes of yap. It's gonna be another 20 minutes. Just kidding. Reminds me of my MMR. I lost 140 MMR in the last 3 days. I'm so tilted. That's so sad. Daily words from Focus. See, that's more like it. Welcome in PV and Pen in YouTube chat. How's it going over here? What's up, Genie? How we doing? They sure are words is crazy. All right, I suppose on a big-ass tier list like this, I should probably get into it and not yap for the usual, like, 40 minutes. How many channel points would it take to watch paint dry? Chat, type 1 if you want watching paint dry stream. It's not going to be 20 more minutes of yapping. Who knows? Bunch of ones. One in YouTube chat. 420.69 plus 1. 1. Okay. Maybe we'll have to watch some paint dry. Who knows? Maybe we'll have to watch some paint dry. Okay, chat. New tier list idea. Tier list, what is the best color of paint to watch dry? Chat, what do we think? What do we think about this? What would be the best color of paint to watch dry? I'd be there the whole time. That'd be huge. Use the screen as a second monitor if that ever happens. I think it's the color of paint. Wise words. This one, like a literal Twitch logo purple. I don't know. Black because it's like my soul. Trust me, it's this one. Beige. Gotta put that egg in S+. That's crazy. Beige, I feel like, is a bad play. Black because you can't even see it dry. Nah, but it glistens, though. So I feel like black... Like, wet paint, it would be easy to catch, like, the light reflecting off of it, right? I feel like black would actually be a sleeper pick for watching paint dry. The exact same color as the wall. That'd be sick. Red. Yeah, like a nice lusty Joker red. That would probably also be a good pick. A nice lusty Joker red. A nice Jimbo's hat red. That'd be a decent pick. Black isn't a color, but the absence... Yeah, it's actually the absence of light. Watch paint wet. Jimbo's hat color. See, that's what I'm saying. Nice Jimbo's hat red. That'd be a fire color to watch dry. I'm just saying. Chat. All right, I'm trying to stall a little bit because I am going to be making this into like a YouTube video. So I'm trying to think of like an intro off the top of my head. I didn't bullshit my high school speech class, chat. I was the nerd who wrote a bunch of note cards and had like talking points and shit like that. I can't just do stuff off the cuff. Do the Mr. Beast intro style. Okay, that I could probably do just because it's like so over the top and stupid that I feel like my improv could probably highlight that. But also, I hate that intro style. That should be your intro. Wait, that'd be fire. I'm in high school right now. I'm not too far off. I've only been graduated for about a year. Year and some change. Cancer diagnosis intro. First off, -2. Second off, what am I, neon? Who am I, neon? Hello? If people will watch me draw for 3 actual hours, then like I think Twitch chat will watch paint dry. Yeah, probably. Okay, I kind of want to do the Mr. Beast intro. I'm not putting it in the video, but I want to do it now. Maybe just as like a clip because I feel like that'd be funny. Put 8-Ball, Obelisk, and Splash in S tier, and put Grimbo, Bus, and Supernova in F tier for the intro, like what you did with the deck tier list. Okay, but Obelisk and S isn't rage bait though. All right, I'm going to do a Balatro tier list, but hello. Today, I'm going to be ranking all 150 Jokers in Balatro, and I'm going to be ranking them based on the context of playing the Gold Stake, which is the hardest difficulty in Balatro. I feel like that was a pretty good Mr. Beast intro. Got all the hand movement. I was really loud for no reason. I said a lot of words, but only like 5 of them actually mattered. I feel like that was pretty good, honestly. Chat, rank that intro as like... rank that out of 10. Not in general, but like... as a Mr. Beast intro. I feel like that was pretty solid, no? Obelisk is S+, objectively. It's not S+. -3 out of 10. 9.5. Keep it in. I could put it at the beginning. Too much energy? No, but that's a Mr. Beast intro, though. Every Mr. Beast intro has too much energy. 4 out of 5 booms. See, YouTube chat's locked in, man. YouTube chat's locked in. I'd say 6, 7. Crazy. Obelisk is undoubtedly really strong, but I'm so ass. -10 million, maybe 100 million. I can't count that many zeros because I have dyslexia. Out of 10. Today, I'm ranking Balatro jokers in gold stake, but if my chat has a bad take, I'm executing half of them. What am I, like Mr. Beast and Thanos' love child? Hello? My friend hates blue stake. Your friend is based and is probably a pretty good player. If I had to guess. Pro said skill issue to Obelisk being genuinely awful. Yeah, pretty much. That's an average Doug stream? True. Evil Mr. Beast. So Mr. Beast. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Mr. Bust. That's so sick. Me when I'm shocked by shock being shocking. If Bloodstone is anything below S, I'm throwing things at you. Well, I got some bad news. My internet shit itself out so much I can't tell what we're rating out of 10. I don't know if you're back or if you're just like able to do chat, but I did a Mr. Beast intro. I thought it was pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna give my Mr. Beast intro for this video a solid, I think 4 out of 5 booms is reasonable. Rank the green deck and seed money to the moon combo. Every green deck run that I've played since C++ is every green deck run that I've played since C++ has either had to the moon in our Joker lineup via judgment or has had seed money in the shop. Great Mr. Beast intro. Appreciate it, Jeezy. See? Jeezy's locked in, bro. Jeezy's locked in. Appreciate that, man. 25 stream streak as well. Holy shit. That's actually huge. Make a community post to gather a list of 2 Joker synergies and rank them. Wait, that would actually be kind of fire. Can you redo the Mr. Beast intro for me? Pretty please. Probably not. I'm sorry. Unless chat wants to see it again, I could do one more take, but only if everybody in chat smashes that follow button and that like button and goes to the YouTube and subscribe. Dude, I could literally do this. I could literally do this. If I was like a skinwalker, I could be Mr. Beast. I don't look like him, obviously, but like I could take his job. It's actually free. Noah with the 30 stream streak followed by I like coming. First 40 or so minutes is a loss for the deaf. Wait, that's sick. Bro said 6-7. Shock, you're giving me psychic damage from this shit. That's the point. It's got to be over the top, man. And my apologies, but that is, you know, that is the satire of it all. I got to make this into a YouTube short or some shit now. Okay. Photograph synergy tier list when? Oh, Photograph is going to be, you know, the same way that on my my video with like 100K viewers or whatever it got, where I talked about all of the changes that I wanted in the update. The same way that Space Joker not proccing on like back-to-back a dozen hands and some change was the engagement bait for that video. Photo is going to be the engagement bait for this one because I'm going to give everybody who's here right now a bit of a spoiler. Photo's D tier. Photo's D tier. Not kidding. Not for the rage bait, not for the meme. That is my genuine take. Photo is D tier. And if Chad didn't exist in this game, it would be F. I don't care. I don't care. If Chad didn't exist, it would be F. Only D tier? No. What do you mean only? Okay, only D tier is rage bait. Photo is at least B+. No. No, it's not. What the fuck? D tier? D tier. Not kidding. Chad A tier, though? Chad's at the top of the list. Chad is top 5 jokers in the entire game. If Chad didn't exist, Photo would be unplayable. But because Chad is because of Chad's existence, it gets D tier. I was thinking put Photo in F. I hate the plant. Okay, granted, I am a Photo hater, but granted, if you die to the plant, bro. Bro. If Chad didn't exist, I'd still label it as D because suit jokers and stuff. I mean, yeah, you're right. That's rage bait, but still, Photo's D, man. It's Chad that's good with glass, exactly. Photo is all right with glass. No, I mean, like, not even, honestly. It's okay. As a multiplayer-ish guy, I don't agree at all, but I don't play Gold Stake, so /shrug. Yeah, I mean, this is in the context of Gold Stake. Obviously in multiplayer, that's a deranged take. Just don't die to the plant? No, literally. The plant... Chat. The plant is debatably the easiest boss to play around, besides maybe Serpent. Definitely besides Serpent, actually, but aside from Serpent, the plant has to be the easiest boss to play around. Again, from a Gold Stake context. Obviously, if you're just a White Stake gamer, probably a lot more of your runs die to the plant. The problem with plant is that it's very polarizing. Yeah. Again, if you're like a Naninfer, probably you hate plant. But like Gold Stake, not good. Photo is not in my top 10 used Joker list. I'd say over half of players do. I think Photo is number 3 in my Joker tier list. Even in Gold Stake multiplayer, most matches don't have Photo unless you already have retriggers. Yeah, but Photo is also in multiplayer a thing where I feel like if you don't take it, you're just dying. Unless you already have, like, a full build. Partner has a hot take for y'all. It's a good game, but he doesn't like the fandom. Kind of agree sometimes, not gonna lie. Are we talking about Balatro, or are we talking about some other stuff that I missed? I feel like the Ox is easy enough. In Gold Stake, I would say the Ox kind of sucks. Have you ever tried Balatro? I did for like a week. I didn't love it. It's alright. I don't mind it, but there's a lot of information that's just actually wrong on the Balatro. And I have not since checked if they fixed that, but I don't know. Same with Idol. Can't really pass it in multiplayer, but never really use it for Gold Stake. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Idol is F tier in Gold Stake. Same with Baron. Same with Baron. But, like, both are debatably the best, like, high score piece for their respective build. The Ox can be good for you if you're in debt. Brother, if you are in debt in Gold Stake, what are you doing? Pareidolia Abandoned deck is S+. I don't like how people will bully each other about not getting the game outside of Twitch or on big discords. That's my thing I have. I mean, that's like every fandom, though, no? Raffle doesn't count here. It's funny when he does it. Chat knows how to get me to yap for an extra 30 minutes. Chat knows. Chat knows. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's actually like get the show on the road, huh? Or otherwise I'm going to be here until 4 hours in the future. Probably I'm going to be here until 4 hours in the future anyway. Let me do an actual YouTube intro, huh? Add a Joker that gives ×1 mult for any card to complement the Ancient and Idol. Huh? Funny you say that, Shock. Used credit card on Black Stake as an MVP. I'm assuming Black Deck, maybe. Able to get gold cards and vouchers and climb out first time. Anyways, let's do this. Damn. Balatro people seem especially hostile at times about people not understanding scoring or boss blinds. Am I crazy to say that that's because of Raffle? Am I crazy to say that that's because Raffle is so hostile about it and Raffle is a figurehead of the community? Because probably people who watch Raffle would say that I am crazy for that, but I don't think I would be crazy for saying that. Because Raffle is pretty... Like, granted, a lot of the people who ask Raffle about shit like that are rage baiting, but, like, Raffle is pretty hostile about people not knowing game mechanics. Do not listen to the loud minority. Well, I don't think it is the loud minority. Because a lot of people watch Raffle, but like still. Raffle is very aggressive about how he plays, and I watch him. Yeah, I mean it's his shtick, so like, it's how he got to the top. So I can't really blame him. I can blame him, and I'm going to, but maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think it's just Raffle's fault. I think it's also the main Discord's fault and Reddit. Okay. I'm not on the main Discord, so you could be completely correct on that. The Reddit, I don't think it's the Reddit's fault. I go on the Reddit quite a bit, and the Reddit seems to be... Maybe towards the beginning of the game's success it was different, but like present day, the Reddit seems to be pretty forgiving for the most part. I don't hate on the yapping, but can we please start? We've been here for 33 minutes. Yeah, I got you. Okay. I got you. We could, again, we could have the Raffle commentary for 6 hours, and we have before. Not 6 hours, but y'all get what I mean. Okay, we are doing the Gold Stake Joker tier list. I promised that we would do this when I got Completionist Plus, which is getting a gold sticker on every Joker. And it's been like 2 months since I did that because I completely forgot to do it for this amount of time. But now I'm finally doing it because I saw Turtle Bean make their tier list, and I was like, oh shit, I promised my chat that I would also do that, and I just haven't. So now we're locking in on this. I finally got a day set aside for it. As for my expertise, I have all of the completionist achievements in Balatro. I play almost exclusively Gold Stake on my streams. If you watch any of my other videos, it is more than likely me playing modded Gold Stake, which doesn't really count for any kind of expertise here, but I play a lot of vanilla Gold Stake. I have an 8 Gold Stake win streak, rotating decks, which is not a lot, but it's more than you. So I know everything and you don't. Turtle Bean saved the stream. Sounds like S tier for me. True. Okay, I was going to say some other shit, but I completely forgot what else I was going to say. Oh. Also, I have a spreadsheet plugged in my Twitch, which I'm going to plug in the description of this video so that you can, like, call me out if I'm maybe an idiot. Or if I, like, start sucking at Gold Stake. I keep track of all of my Gold Stake win-loss. Dude, I'm so bad at intros, man. Valid, I don't even own the game. That's fair. What's the current yap time record? Probably about an hour. I think this past modded Monday, we got to, like, an hour and some change of yapping. I should just be chatting at this point, man. Petition for all future presidents of the U.S. to play Balatro? True. That should be like the stipulation for being a president. Just do the intro and post. I mean, that makes more sense, but I like doing it live. Also, chat, say hi YouTube, because it makes me look like a big streamer and it baits engagement. Chat, everybody right now, say hi YouTube. Say hi YouTube right now. Anyway. Also in the description, keep it on my Twitch page at all times, but I have a spreadsheet of all of my Gold Stake win-loss ratio for every single deck since I've gotten Completionist Plus. So if you're like, man, this guy's ranking X Joker at like B tier when I think it should be S tier, what is this guy, an idiot? Maybe if my Gold Stake win-loss is lower than yours, you could call me an idiot. But that's my what's it called? Qualification for making this tier list. Obviously, this is a very in-depth game, and your playstyle in Gold Stake, you know, not every Gold Stake seed is going to have just one optimal route to get through it. So obviously, if you disagree with me, jokes aside, you're not wrong. That's, you know, this is a very in-depth game, and it only gets like more fleshed out the deeper you get into it. Pause? I don't know. So like if I rank a Joker that you really like as low, and you're like, hey, actually this Joker should be higher, I think, and you're stupid and a dumb silly pants and I hate you, put that in the comments, and I'll probably get back to you because I read most, if not all, of the comments on my videos. So like if I rank something low and you're like, hey, you're stupid, I'll be like, no, I'm not. Or maybe I'll be like, yeah, I actually am. Anyway. Technically, a guy who does have Gold Stake has less losses than you. Oh, who doesn't have Gold Stake. That's fair. High edited video watchers. Jimbo should be D tier. Report this channel. That's crazy. Hype the video, maybe. YouTube dislike, please. Huge. Okay, anyway, I'm really bad at YouTube intros, so let's actually just get into it. Jimbo starting off. So when I did this, when I announced that I was going to do this tier list yesterday, because I'm very organized, my chat made fun of me because I'm a huge yapper, and probably this video is going to be quite long. Editor, subtle foreshadowing meme here, if this is like 2 hours plus. But my chat was like, yeah, there's probably going to be jokers that, you know, are yapped about more than others, right? Like Jimbo, we're probably not going to be spending a lot of time on. Jimbo's a yap sesh. Jimbo, obviously not good late game. Obviously not good late game. +4 mult, that's literally all he does. Pretty cheeks late game. Not worth the Joker slot whatsoever after, like, probably ante 2, maybe even ante 1. But Jimbo has one niche. He has one thing that he does, and he does it quite well, and that is he costs $1. Not literally. You buy him for $2, but you buy him for $2 and sell him for $1. So overall, he costs you $1. Maybe he ends up costing you $2 if you're buying him and going like below an interest threshold for him. But for $1, Jimbo gets you through the entirety of ante 1 in one hand if you can find like the winning flush or what have you. And he's not even that bad into ante 2, depending on what you're doing. And considering he's only $1, for him to give you that much strength, he's actually not bad in the early game at all. Like, Jimbo, you know, memes aside, he's kind of an early game warrior on, like, pretty much any deck, man. Anyway. I'm gonna put Jimbo in D tier. Jimbo D tier seems pretty good. Doc's advertising you for the tier list, saying you're 30 minutes in, not knowing what that means for you. Well, Doc probably has just never watched me and doesn't know that I'm, like, the biggest yapatron of all time, is what I would assume there. But, like, if Vagabond was advertising me, because Vagabond knows me better, or especially, like, Unseen, he would be like, damn, 40 minutes and there's already one Joker on the tier list? Damn, he's making pretty good time. Anyway. The suits Jokers. I don't think there's really any niche to be had with the different suits that puts any of the suits Jokers below or above each other, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think, even though maybe Hearts is better because Bloodstone exists, I don't think you actually take that into consideration when you pick any of these up. These are pretty much the same as Jimbo. They're okay. Flushes, as much as I despise them for gold stake in the long term, in the short term for the early game, flushes are not bad at all, right? And any of the suits Jokers, if you pick up a greedy Joker right here and play a Diamonds Flush, it's a +15 mult. Banana is a +15 mult. Mystic Summit is a +15 mult. I don't like Mystic Summit that much, and we'll get into that when I get to Mystic Summit, but, like, +15 mult for the early game is not terrible at all. So probably these go in D tier. I'll put them below Jimbo, probably once I get to, like, ranking a ton of these Jokers. The order in each tier or category or what have you is not going to matter that much. But I'll put him below Jimbo. I think Jimbo, for what he's worth, does more than these. I also just, like I said, I don't like flushes, so I really don't like the suits Jokers, but, like, they're kind of adjacent to Jimbo. They do the thing, they do it well, and then you get out of them. And that's also the same for all of these next. I think there's 10 of these Jokers, which is, like, Jolly Joker, Wily Joker, and etc. and so on. These just, like, very basic, like, gives you this much flat mult or this much chips if you're playing the hand that they correspond with. Probably I'm going to rank these, the flat mult Jokers, the chip Jokers, and the corresponding X mult Jokers if I can find them. Yeah, down here. Just because to rank these, I'm going to go into a little bit of the context of, like, the hands that you play to rank them. Pairs are the B&B of gold stake. Pairs are what you play if you're trying to win streak. That's all I'm going to say there. I think, you know, every seed has a build besides pairs that can probably win, but if you are trying to force a build, if you try to force pairs on, like, 90% of seeds, regardless of deck, probably you're going to be fine. Pairs are disgusting. So Jolly Joker and Sly Joker. Sly Joker I'm actually going to put at C tier, which is, I think, the first controversial take of the entire list, but I think mult is much more prevalent in the grand scheme of gold stake in comparison to chips. And I think the 50 chips that Sly Joker provides, big exclamation mark for the follow, welcome in. I think the 50 chips that Sly Joker provides, I mean, you get Sly Joker and even a Jolly Joker Sly Joker, you can just spam pairs for the first couple of antes, rack up some money, try and get to that interest cap. Interest cap of $25 in the bank is like a phenomenal way of increasing your gold stake odds. Like, Sly Joker's not bad at all, I'm not gonna lie. And then the duo, again, because pairs are so good, a lot of people don't like the duo because it's a rare and it's 2x mult. So I think the line of thinking is like maybe a rare that only gives me 2 times mult is a little underwhelming. But I think duo is like not bad. Would I put it in the always takeable category? No. But I think duo just a flat ×2 if you play a pair. Pretty easy condition to fill. You're probably going to be playing pairs anyway. Duo's not bad. Okay, so the 3 of a kind jokers of each. I think 3 of a kind, there's some advantage to playing 3 of a kind on erratic deck. There is actually, I think, a pretty sizable advantage to playing 3 of a kind on abandoned deck. And that's just because both of those decks give you like built-in deck fixing that makes 3 of a kind much more. It essentially makes 3 of a kind as common as like maybe 2 pair on those decks, which at that point just play 3 of a kind, because like you're not going to be able to play it that much anyway, so you can have some fun with maybe a more niche build, and also it's just going to score you more points. But outside of that, I think 3 of a kind is like pretty bad. Outside of the decks that literally give you deck fixing right off the bat, I think 3 of a kind is normally a pretty bad hand. So probably plus 12 mult. I think this guy gives plus 12 mult is like not bad whatsoever. So I'll put him above Jimbo just because this can get you through probably all the way through ante 2. But I think it's not that good. I'll put the chips joker slightly above him, and then the trio. Trio works with like flush house for like big games, but overall, I just like ×3 is a lot, but there's a lot of jokers that give you ×3 that have a far less oppressive condition than having to play a hand that contains a 3 of a kind. So probably, I think trio's average. I don't take it hardly at all. I think when you are able to take it, it does a lot of work. But, I mean, there's a lot of uncommon jokers that give you ×3 for far less oppressive conditions. I'm not going to lie. Anything. The mult jokers for all the hands except pairs are too niche. The chips are all D or higher. I don't think they're too niche. I think all of the mult jokers for hands other than pair can get you out of the early game blinds pretty easily. Because like even something like Crazy Joker where like straights are pretty hard to come by, or like even Zany Joker because 3 of a kinds are like decently hard to come by. A plus 12 on either of those pretty much gets you through all the way through ante 2. Maybe with like a little bit of help from like a 2 pair or another flush. But, like, still. A nothing foil joker is C tier because Sly is worse foil, though only slightly. Yeah. That's just how powerful chips are for, like, early to mid-game, in my opinion. Again, not everything that I say here is definitive, but I think Sly Joker is completely fine at C. We literally just had an Anaglyph run the other day that carried a Sly Joker to the end. I don't think it's that bad. 3 of a kind is underrated. Depending on the deck, yeah, but, like, I don't know. Foil is worse than Hollow IMO. Hard disagree, honestly. Hard disagree. Hollow is... I think Hollow is the worst in, like, treatment in the game. I think Foil is usually better than Hollow. It depends on the run, obviously, but I don't know, man. Mad Jokers, this is the 2-pair thing, so there isn't a corresponding X-Mult Joker for the 2-pair guy. 2 pairs, like, not bad, right? It's like ever so slightly less consistent than pairs. I think this is still fine for early game. I would put both of these as fine for early game. If you're building 2 pair on 9 out of 10 runs, I'm just gonna ask you, why are you not building pairs? And maybe sometimes you'll give me a good answer, like maybe you're playing Plasma deck where Mad Joker wouldn't matter, so bad example. But maybe you're playing Plasma deck where you just want the more chips from the planet level, or maybe you're playing Abandoned deck where 2 pair is like probably just as likely to happen as pair. So then, like, you know, there are some cases, but usually I think pair is pretty comparable to 2 pair, and it's just easier to find. But that's not to say that 2 pair is bad whatsoever. I think it's just like slightly outclassed. Crazy Joker and Devious Joker. Probably, as much as it pains me to say, I think they're both still above Jimbo. 100 chips, especially on Devious Joker, is a lot for the early game. And then the order, probably I would put below Trio and C tier. Pains me to say, because I love me a straight build every once in a while, but straights are just not consistent at all. Once again, depending on deck, if you're playing painted deck, probably you can play straights with absolutely no issue, and that would be completely fine. But on the vast majority of gold stake builds, straights are just not going to be what you're wanting to do unless you... My one caveat, and we'll get to it in the tier list, and I'm probably going to rank it higher than a lot of other people would, I think shortcut in gold stake is a fantastic way of playing straights, just based off of well, I'll get to shortcut when we get to shortcut, but if you have shortcut, straights are a pretty damn good build, a pretty damn fine point scoring, good old-fashioned American build. But other than that, like early game straights are going to be just worse than like 3 of a kind and stuff like that. And probably you're only going to be able to play unless you have like godlike deck fixing intuition or you have some other kind of technology that enables straights. Probably you're only going to be able to play 1, maybe 2 per blind, which hurts a lot, especially with the -1 discard and higher stakes. Like, yeah, I just don't think, as much as I really think straight builds are fun, I don't think they're good. I don't think they're consistent at all. So probably Devious and Crazy Joker at the bottom of these like mid-esque jokers. Anyway, sorry if I'm not paying attention to chat. I'm trying to like get through all of these. Droll Joker and Crafty Joker. Now this is where I'm going to have probably a very controversial take, and I'm going to say, do I think these are worse than the straights Jokers? At face value, no. These are probably even above the 3 of a kind Jokers. So I'll put them here in the D tier. And then where is Tribe? Tribe is right here. I would still put Tribe in C tier, but I would put it maybe above Sly Joker, because like a flat ×2 is pretty good. Flush is consistent. The problem with Flush is yet again my problem with 2-pair, but just like far more exaggerated. If you're playing a Flush run in Gold Stake, I would ask you, why are you not just playing pair? Because the Jupiter Planet card scales relatively at the same level as Mercury. Yes, it does give you more base mult, the Jupiter card, but generally your mult is not really going to be a problem just because of the presence of X-mult Jokers and X-mult on trigger and stuff like that. Generally, your chips from your planet cards is going to be the number that you're more concerned with. So usually, Jupiter and Mercury, you could treat them as though they were like the exact same scaling for Gold Stake. And, you know, if I ask you, if you're playing a flush build, hey, why aren't you just playing pairs? Sometimes there's a perfectly valid reason. I think the most valid reason is I found an Ancient Joker. If you find an Ancient Joker in Gold Stake, I feel like that is the most justified flush pivot of all time. Ancient Joker is damn near a free win in Gold Stake, as long as it's not like rental or something. And even then, Ancient Joker is so polarizing that I think rental Ancient Joker is like insane tech. Probably we don't need any of these like flush Jokers if we're playing flushes, but like, you know, there's some exceptions to why aren't you playing pairs. Photo Chat is also another good one. Photo Chat is like the one pretty good example of if you have higher base mult from the Jupiter card. Maybe if you're playing Photo Chat, you want like 2 flushes per round as opposed to like 4 pairs. Generally, with Photo Chat, I would still say pairs better, just out of consistency. But you know, maybe the higher base mult matters more for Photo Chat. So I would be fine if you said that you were playing flushes if you had like Photo Chat. But generally, outside of like X mult on trigger and builds such as, flushes score the exact same amount of points, plus or minus like marginal amounts, and they're just way harder to find than pairs. A pair you have to work actually not at all to find a pair in your opening hand, whereas on every deck except probably Checkered, you're going to have to use all of your discards to find 1 flush unless you get really lucky, and it's going to score you like an okay amount of points. I just am not a big fan of flushes whatsoever for Gold Stake, which is why I would put, you know, Again, these are like early game pieces to where you're probably not running a crafty Joker and anti-7. So like in an ideal world, anti-2, a crafty Joker is going to be better than a devious Joker, just because with like no deck fixing and no other technology. Flushes are kind of the early game goats, but if you're playing flushes after like anti-3 or anti-4, I really have to question your sanity or just hope that you have some kind of other technology like photo chat or something that I mentioned. That's giving you that extra boost that you're going to need to beat pair builds, right? Anyway. If Crazy Joker is D, I wonder what is F. Hello? Nebula deck yesterday only gave flush Jokers one with flush. That's fair, honestly. Half Joker's overrated. I disagree. I feel like half Joker's pretty decently rated. On gold, I'll only play flushes on checkered. Yeah, I agree. I have ran a crafty Joker till anti-8, but don't tell the streamer. Anyway. Anyway. All right, now we're out of like all of the early game warriors. We'll come across a few more over the course of the list, but now we're going to be getting to like more niche strategies and more niche Jokers. Halvesies. Dare I say Halvesies is our second B tier. I think Halvesies is above average. I don't think it's an only early game Joker. It's strongest in the early game. I will definitely give you that. Maybe I would put it below Duo, actually. I still don't think it's a C tier Joker. I might be off my rocker here. I think Halvesies is incredibly consistent. Plus 20 mult is not bad at all for like early to mid game range. It's a little bit annoying to only be able to cycle 3 cards at a time, but if you're playing pairs like you should be doing on Gold Stake, probably don't care that much at the end of the day. Halvesies Sly Joker is another combo where you can just pretty much spam pairs for the first like 2 to 3 antis. It's a great pivot in the early game. If you find a Halvesies in like your anti-1 shop, you're gonna be just like congratulating the game and just being like, thank you for allowing me to play pairs, because Halvesies with any chip Joker, like I said, is going to make your pairs score a bunch of points, and you're going to be able to just build upon that that framework for pairs quite a bit. I don't think it's like anything that I would take into the late game or even into like the latter part of mid game. Like if you're having a half Joker in like anti-6, probably you're not doing something right, but it's incredibly solid. I would probably say it is towards the lower end of being above average. If we're assuming that a flat C grade is average, maybe Halvesies is more equivalent to like a C+. Maybe he's just barely passing that advanced placement threshold, so to speak. But I would still say he's there, for sure. Half Joker is high C. I could accept high C. I'm going to put him in low B. We'll see how the rest of the tier list flushes out. Probably there's going to be some stuff that gets moved around, I would say. Stencil. Stencil, I don't know how I feel about Stencil. Stencil's really weird because for what it does, it's like not a bad X-Mult Joker, and you can get some very funny runs, obviously, where you have multiple Stencils. And on pretty much any deck, aside from maybe Painted, depending on what you're doing, if you have multiple Stencils or like a negative Stencil, like somebody in YouTube chat just said, probably you're going to be fine for the entire run. But just Stencil on its own without like an Onk or an Invis Joker, I really don't like, because you want to be filling your Joker slots. Especially, again, we're gonna come back to the meta quite a bit, the pair meta being the way to go for Gold Stake. That's gonna be mentioned probably 1,000 times in this video. But like it's a fun Joker to play with. It's a good Joker. For pairs, you probably only need this to be making ×2 for it to be getting you out of blinds, but like a lot of the times it's just preventing you from having something better in your lineup. Like if you're running this with a ×2 multiplier on it, that means you're playing essentially 2 Joker slots down, because maybe you could get another X-Mult Joker that's like a 3X Mult, because those are not uncommon in this video game, and then you could have like another econ piece. Probably I would put this, I would even say like low, like high D tier. I feel like that fits. I feel like high D tier fits for Stencil. It's, if you can get a run with it off the ground, it's fun. If you can get like a double Stencil run, that will be some of the most fun that you can have in Gold Stake. But in isolation, it's just not that good. It's going to be preventing you from running better things that you want to be running to be generating value. I just don't enjoy it that much. Is Stencil uncommon? Stencil is uncommon, yes. Stencil reek to Crimson Heart. That's also true. That's kind of a niche thing to bring up, but that is also pretty true. Excuse me. Four Fingers. Chat, again, this is probably just because of my personal bias, because I don't like flushes. And I also kind of don't like straights either for Gold Stake the more that I play Gold Stake. This is probably controversial. I'm tossing Four Fingers an F, man. Is it a fun Joker to play around? You know, you get the classic, like, Reddit combo where somebody finds Four Fingers with Shortcut and they play, like, the goofiest hand of all time, and those two Jokers just carry it to being a straight flush. So there's a lot of fun value for it, but, like, man, probably the last time that I picked up Four Fingers in a run was when I got my gold sticker on it, and probably the last time I picked it up before that was when I was still trying to get C+. I genuinely cannot remember the last time that I played Four Fingers in a run, and it did literally anything besides give me temperance value. Again, if you get the Shortcut Four Fingers combo, it's fun value, but it's not a good Joker. And especially, again, with me not liking flushes that much for Gold Stake, it's just not really doing anything for me. If you want to play straights with Four Fingers, I mean, you kind of got to run with what the game gives you, but like Shortcut is so much more consistent for straight builds. Four Fingers, in the grand scheme, is not really doing anything for you to be able to play straights. If I'm just keeping it a stack, it is making flushes, admittedly, a decent bit easier to play, but it's making straights, like, just based off of vibes. Obviously, I don't have data to back this up with, but like, it feels like it makes straights 10% easier to play, which is just not worth the Joker slot. I don't know. I really dislike Four Fingers. I'm late, but hi, Shok as fuck. Hello, Wampy. God, my bad. Appreciate you popping in. Mime. Mime, I don't know where to put it, honestly. Mime is like a very... It's in a very weird liminal space for me, where whenever I take it, it generates value. Mime doubles your steel triggers. That's probably the least notable thing it does in Gold Stake, honestly, but like doubling steel triggers is still pretty damn good. There's a lot of held in hand Jokers that it combos with. Mime is like the only way that you are ever going to get Baron to work in Gold Stake, unless you have like the best seed of all time. But usually the two things that you care about for Mime are it doubles your gold triggers and it doubles your blue seal triggers. Blue seals are like the best and most easy way to win Gold Stake runs. Blue seal pair builds just pop off and win games. So if you're doubling your planet level output from blue seals with Mime, I say doubling because like if you have one in hand, you get two triggers. Obviously with Blueprint and stuff, maybe it doesn't double, but I digress. Whenever I take it, it is generating value, but I don't take it hardly ever. It's in a very weird liminal space where like it does a fantastic job whenever it ends up in my Joker lineup, but it is very rarely there. Maybe like 1 out of every 20 to 30 runs, I will take a Mime for more than like a handful of blinds. I don't know. I want to put it in like above average. Damn near I would put this as our first A-tier Joker, but just like it feels awkward. Maybe it's just a skill issue on my part and I'm not fitting it in where I should be. But like, again, this is an insane econ Joker when you pick it up, but I almost never find myself picking it up. I'm going to put it in above average just because I think the job that it does for you as an econ Joker is fantastic. But I'm going to put it at the low end just because, like, if I checked my stats, I would assume for Gold Stake that Mime is in, like, my bottom half of used Gold Stake Jokers. I don't know. I might consult chat. In pair build meta, since you have big hand size, yeah. Mime is high B. I'm going to keep it low B. Probably it does deserve high B a bit more, but I don't know. Mime always shows up when you have an established build, it feels like. Yeah. Feels like Mime is a high-risk, high-reward investment. I mean, it's like... You're only going to take it when you have things that it cares about, right? Like, if you're running on trigger X-Mult, you're probably not taking Mime. If you're running pair and you haven't found a blue seal, you're probably not taking Mime. But if you're running a pair build and you have, like, 2 blue seals and 3 gold cards in, like, a 50-card deck, even if your density of, like, value cards is that low, probably Mime is still giving you... I mean, it's already giving you its value back, like, the investment that you put into it from 1 gold card, because you buy it for $6, sell it for $3. So you're actually, like, only losing $3 off of it, and the first gold card trigger that it gives you, or the first blue seal trigger that it gives you, since planets are worth $3 in the shop, you're getting your value back. So, like, I don't even think it's that big of an investment. It just feels kind of awkward to take, usually. I don't know. Goated for fun maxing? Yeah, that's fair. I feel like it's C since it's hard to get more than 1 to 2 retriggers, even with high card. I disagree. Credit card. Credit card I think is F. Credit card's really bad. The one, I'm gonna put it above Four Fingers. It's not below Four Fingers in my mind. I'm gonna put it at the very tip top of F, and probably it will stay at the very tip top of F. The one niche that credit card has is that you buy it for $1 and sell it for $1. Credit card is effectively free. So the one niche that credit card has in this entire video game, well, there's 2 niches that it has. It gives you plus $1 of temperance value whenever you see it in the shop. And additionally, it has a very specific but sometimes very polarizing niche of if you take it in ante-1 when you're like guaranteed to not have money. Sometimes ante-1 credit card, you'll see like a rare joker that you can just build your entire run around and be chillin'. Like, ante-1 blueprint is the big, like, Reddit meme, obviously, of credit card in the buffoon pack. Unironically, pretty good niche for credit card. Other than that, like, you're never taking a credit card unless you, A, have a free joker slot with no other options, or B, are in ante-1, right? So, like, it's way too niche to be considered anything above F tier. But the niches that it has, once in a blue moon, can actually be really good. Credit card is good on green deck, though. How? How is it any better on green deck? Credit card's so good on black deck. I highly disagree. I highly disagree. Black deck, you want the interest money, man. You really want that interest money. If you're going into debt on black deck, again, unless it's a scenario where, like, you're picking up some disgusting thing, it's like you should not be taking it on black deck. It's only good on black if you full buy ante-1 shop. Yeah, and that's with the caveat that ante-1 shop is even worth full buying, which in gold stake is almost certainly not the case. Ante-1 is the best timing to use credit card? Yeah. Credit card is good on green deck because you don't care about interest, so it's just $20 on green deck. I would counteract that with Hermit. You're getting, I mean, it's like sometimes credit card on green deck is a one-time $20, whereas Hermits over the course of the run could be maybe a 2-time or 3-time use of $20. There's like maybe a niche for it on green deck. I see where you're coming from, but generally I still don't think it's worth taking. Credit card is a great placeholder. Yeah, that pretty much sums up credit card. Phenomenal placeholder. Not good for much else in 99 out of 100 runs, unless you get like I said, like blueprint type shit. Dagger. Where are we putting Dagger? Is Dagger always takeable? Surely not. But as much as I don't like Dagger, as much as I wish Dagger did something else, the more I play Gold Stake, and specifically the more I play Gold Stake with Dagger, I am forced to admit it's pretty good. I think I would put it above average. Pretty much, I think I can't see a single scaling mult joker besides maybe 1 or 2 going below B tier, and I think Dagger is completely fine to put it B tier as above average. I really used to not like Dagger, and I'm still not a fan of Dagger's playstyle. It gives you less plus mult per dollar, or the same plus mult per dollar, sorry, as like the common plus mult scalers like Grimbo, Bus, etc. and so on. Gives you the same amount of plus mult per dollar, with the caveat that, yeah, you can scale it faster. Yeah, you can decide to stop scaling it whenever. But as long as you are scaling it because it eats the Joker before you go into the blind, unless you're doing like some judgment tech every single blind, you're always playing a Joker slot down with Dagger. Now, that doesn't really matter in the early game, because probably in the early game, you're not always going to be playing with 5 Jokers anyway. But it is kind of awkward at times to just be playing a Joker slot down. I think Dagger is a fine plus mult scaler. Like I said, all of the plus mult scalers are pretty much really good. But I don't know. It's just a personal thing with me. I don't love the playstyle. Also, I really hate the QTE that Dagger makes you do every time you go into a blind. If you're not putting it to the left of an Eternal, you're always just running the risk of like accidentally killing. Especially since it's a plus mult piece, probably it's going to be on the left side of some cracked X mult piece anyway. If that X mult is not Eternal, you are always running the risk of accidentally just murdering your entire run because you forget to move the Dagger. Which, at the end of the day, is it a skill issue? Absolutely. Is it still annoying? Absolutely. So I feel completely fine putting Dagger at B. Probably some people would put it at A. Probably some other people would put it at S, but I think it's fine for me at B tier. Why isn't the duo always takeable? Straight builds, flush builds, etc. and so on. There are, as much as like pair builds are the definitive meta, there are builds that are not pair builds, right? I think the way you define the tiers is bad. I'm starting to notice that. I'm starting to think I should probably take one of the top tiers away. Maybe I move everything down a tier and I take away the A tier. I feel like the A tier and the S tier are kind of the same thing. I think I'm gonna get rid of the A tier and just move everything down. Delete row, and then we'll make A game warping and we'll make S auto win. That seems fair. No. You should add a tier, don't get rid of a tier. Why? Always takeable is basically game warping? Yeah, exactly. Auto win hollow. We'll get there, but I agree. Alright, I think this is better, maybe. Maybe a tier split to D into below average and niche. I don't think so. I meant E tier. I'm not adding an E tier. I hate E. Even if maybe it would be a good addition. I hate E tiers and tier lists. I'm not adding one. I'm sorry, chat. Okay, slight tier rework because I'm starting to realize that having 3 like super high tiers kind of doesn't make sense with where this is going. Anyway, banner. D tier I think is very acceptable for banner. Again, sort of along the same lines as Sly Joker, where like if you're playing pairs with banner, it's not going to be a bad thing whatsoever. Pairs need chips, especially in like the early to mid game before you get your blue seals, before you get your Mercury levels. Banner can be a source of those chips. But sort of along the same lines of why I don't like Mystic Summit that much. Being forced, or like Mystic Summit I don't like for the opposite reason, I should say. Banner makes it so that you can't use discards ever if you want the chips, and Mystic Summit makes it so that you are forced to use your discards. And I think discards have a lot of synergies where you don't want either of those to be the case. You always want to be able to use your discards at your discretion to get value from them. So I think banner is it's not good. Also, banner is like incredibly neutered by blue stake's just entire existence. This goes from being 90 chips on black stake and below, which is already like not fantastic at the cost of 30 chips per discard, and then you lose that discard in blue stake, and suddenly it goes from 90 chips to 60 chips if you don't use any discards, which is really bad for banner. I think banner is one of the jokers that maybe in a gold stake context, it'll be better when we get our discard back after the blue stake rework. But I would even just like, I wouldn't mind a banner rework is what I'm getting at. Banner feels bad if it, in all contexts, if it's not like anti-3 exactly. Banner isn't too niche. No, it's not too niche. Banner can do work. It's just kind of bad at doing work, but it's not a slacker by any means. The 60 chips can still matter quite a bit, and especially, like I said, the primary source of chips is going to be planet levels. When you don't have planet levels yet, chips are very powerful. Chip jokers are very powerful, so like I don't think Banner is deserving of F tier, but it's not good. Also, I'm not keeping the order of the tiers. It's fine. There's stuff that's going to be messed about. You can, you know, discuss where you think certain jokers should be within a tier. It's fine. Mystic Summit is just early game. I don't like Mystic Summit. I'm not going to lie. Being forced to use your discards is unfun for the same reason that Banner prevents you from using them. Again, if you have like a mail-in rebate, you are either going to be not getting any mult from Mystic Summit, or you are going to be potentially losing mail-in rebate value if you just get unlucky with your top decks. 15 mult is a lot. Banana is 15 mult, and I think Banana is probably an average joker for the grand scheme of the game, but is an above-average joker for the early game. But Mystic Summit's just like not that good. I don't know. It's very unfun for what it does. Which normally, like, I don't know. Normally, I wouldn't let that polarize it into a tier, but, like, it's not... I don't think it's average. I think being forced to use all of your discards for a payout is almost always bad. Excuse me. Marble Joker. A lot of people say that they like Marble Joker in my chat. I don't know if that's like a meme. I don't know if I'm being rage baited or if like people actually kind of genuinely like Marble Joker. I could see it being a decent chips Joker. Stones, again, on pair builds are actually like not bad at all. But stones are good in the context of you using a Tower Tarot card to make something in your existing deck into a stone. I think adding rocks into your deck, just random stone cards on top of like the 52 cards that you start with, is almost always bad, even in pair builds where deck fixing usually doesn't matter. I think Marble Joker is just really bad. It can be really fun with hologram. I'll give it that. Marble Joker hologram runs are very funny for the same reason that certificate hologram runs are very funny, because it just auto scales the hologram and you fill your deck with a bunch of rocks. But if you have an auto-scaling hologram, that kind of doesn't matter because hologram is broken. But Marble Joker is just really bad outside of that, I think. It crowds your deck with things that once you get out of, like, anti-3, you're just not going to care about any of the rocks, probably. I just don't like it whatsoever. Who said that? I don't know if it was Marble Joker or Stone Joker, but people in chat were praising one or the other day, and I just could not wrap my head around it. I was like, what? Hello? Too bad we can't do Stone Card Flush 5s. I will remake this entire tier list if in the Balatro 1.1 update we are able to make Flush 5 rocks, and I will put Marble Joker in S tier. Not even kidding. Not even kidding. You can clip this. If we are able to make Flush 5 rocks in the in the new update, I will remake this entire tier list, and Marble Joker will be going in S with no explanation. Loyalty card. Loyalty card is the definition of F tier in my mind. Too niche. Loyalty card has exactly one niche to its name. Albeit, it's a pretty good niche, I'm not going to lie. But it has one niche with one joker. And that is loyalty card on burglar runs is essentially just always a better acrobat. That's it. That's all that loyalty card does. Outside of that, I don't think I've ever taken this Joker in my entire life outside of getting the gold sticker on it and in multiplayer where it's actually pretty good for PvP blinds, but this is gold stake, not multiplayer. This is bottom of F tier. This loyalty card might genuinely be my least favorite Joker in the game. I really don't like loyalty card. It's not bueno. When did Four Fingers end up in F tier? I hate Four Fingers. I'm not going to lie. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I hate Four Fingers. It's not good. Next, we have 8 Ball. 8 Ball is probably... People are probably expecting me to put this in F tier. And it could definitely just be because I overvalue it because I am like somewhat ingrained in the multiplayer Balatro community where it's like actually a really good pick. But tarot cards are slept on, man, for gold stake. Again, even in pair meta where like deck fixing doesn't really matter, tarot cards are still econ, dude. And any way that you can get them is pretty good. It's definitely not F tier. I would put it bottom of D. It's sort of along the same lines as Photograph in my mind, where it's really bad in a vacuum, but the instant that you get any retriggers that work with it, Red Seal 8, especially Hanging Chad, stuff of that nature, 8 Ball pops off. 8 Ball Chad is like A tier, unironically. 8 Ball's, it's really bad in isolation, but the second you get any retriggers, even as a 1 in 4 chance, it just becomes a tarot card printer, which is insane value. When it works, it gives only suit changers, my man. Yeah, that might be true. That might be true. It's D being real. Yeah. 8 Ball with Hanging Chad isn't even that good. Low B IMO. No, it's definitely better than B, I would say. It's low A. I would agree with putting it low in a tier, but I think it's definitely low A. Tarot cards are an insane amount of value. Tarot cards are so slept on. I think Tarot Merchant as a voucher might debatably be the most slept on voucher in the entire game for gold stake. Tarot cards are so much value. Misprint. This is going to be the first ranking that I make that I disagree with. Misprint is not an F tier by any means. Misprint is 0 through 23 mult. It's not bad whatsoever. For the early game especially. But I'm putting it in F tier because he's whiffed way too many times for me, and I hate him. He's not consistent, and he always gives you +0 when you need his mult the most. He always gives you +0 when you need like a +16. Always. I have recorded evidence of this. He's definitively like pretty high in D tier, I would say. I'm giving him F tier. I don't care. I hate him. He's bad. Skill issue for real. Ban that chatter and maybe execute them in the public square. Still have to decide on that one. Misprint is high D or low C. I could give it high D. Low C. Low C. What? The Misprint card glitch is game warping? No. Yeah, you're actually true. So it does deserve A tier. Misprint deserves his own tier. You know what? I agree with that chatter. Mod that chatter. Add a row below. We're going to make this... What's like the most revolting color that I could make this? I guess a gray, since there's not like a puke green. I'll make it light gray. Misprint. Dookie. Hate him. I'm sorry. Hate him. I did an all-black deck C++. Anytime I leaned on Misprint, I died 2 antes later. That's so real. That's so real. What did my boy Misprint do? He whiffs every time I need him to do anything. Every time. He's just... Like, again, at face value, he's not a bad flat mult Joker at all. But in personal experience, every time I need him to do anything, he's a bum. He's going in his own tier. He's horrible. Okay, here we have Dusk. Dusk is weird. Dusk is weird. Retrigger Jokers are like the bread and butter of this game. Not as much in Gold Stake. Retriggers are more niche in Gold Stake because you're seeing less cards on average, and also like you don't have as much money because of because of red stake giving you less money overall, but also like rentals sometimes you have less money. Perishable jokers existing can maybe prevent you from seeing as many econ pieces that matter that you would want to take. So like generally you have less money for retrigger builds to pop off in gold stake. I still think retrigger builds are very good in gold stake, but they're not exactly a dime a dozen. Dusk is really weird. I think Dusk is probably bottom of C for me. When Dusk works, it works. We had a Plasma Deck Dusk run earlier this week. I think it might have actually been yesterday. I don't remember because time is a weird construct for my feeble brain. But we had a Dusk run yesterday on Plasma Deck playing 2-pair for the majority of the run, and Dusk actually kind of carried that run. When Dusk is another like Mime situation. When it works, it works. The caveat with Dusk and why I wouldn't consider putting it in B tier is Dusk wants you to spend all of your money for it to work. You could argue that maybe that doesn't matter usually in gold stake or like if you have Dusk because maybe you're retriggering like gold seals or maybe you have a golden ticket and you're retriggering gold cards. So if you're using Dusk, you could maybe argue that you're making the money back anyway, but having to use all of your hands, having to get no money from extra hands is it's just awkward. It's never usually something that you want to do. Like I think Dusk is probably outclassed by like every other retrigger joker. It's still a retrigger joker, so it's still pretty good. It's still definitely usable, but it's awkward. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't love it. Multiplayer horror card. That's crazy. Is like scaling green or bust. Yeah, scaling jokers are like green joker busts. I would even say shoot the moon, etc. and so on. Raised Fist is, I think, like the textbook example of an average joker. There's never a run where I take Raised Fist to the finish line, but if I am in, the early game and I'm in need for some flat mult, Raised Fist can always hook me up, man. Especially in pair builds. You play those lower ranks, you have a chip joker along with it to compensate for playing those lower ranks. You're pretty much always getting that plus 20 hit, and plus 20 is... Excuse me, God, that was kind of nasty. Plus 20 mult is like simultaneously not that much, and also quite a bit. I don't, like, if you're building around it, obviously, I have to question you. Even with Mime, I think it's not the greatest because Mime at most is making this a plus 40, which is not terrible by any means, but like it's not fantastic when you're also sacking a Joker slot for Mime to make that happen. But it's not bad. I'm never disappointed by it, right? It always just does a thing. It's a lot like a better version of Jimbo, I guess. It does its thing. I rotate it out. I'm happy that it did its thing, right? I think it's pretty good. The steel synergy is decent. Yeah, it's nice with steel. I don't know if I would necessarily mention that as something in its favor. I feel like that in itself is kind of niche. But it is nice with steel. It does work very nicely with steel, actually. So maybe you could mention that. Chaos. This is once again probably a controversial take, but I don't care. I think Chaos is above average, man. There's a lot of runs. Where you're going to be kind of struggling to find an X-Mult Joker. Your X-Mult Jokers, especially in your pair builds, are going to be your bread and butter for getting through the very late game, and there's going to be some runs where you're going to need to do some digging to find them. There's going to be some runs where that card sharp that allows you to win the entire game is going to be the diamond in the rough. You're going to need to invest a lot of rerolls, and you're going to need to see a lot of jokers before you see the one that really lets you tie the entire run together, put a nice little bow on it, and see that nice you win screen, right? And Chaos is like a lot of value. It doesn't give you tangible econ, which is I think why a lot of people underrate it, because it's not like, faceless Joker where you physically see the money entering your bank account, but it saves you, barring reroll vouchers, a bare minimum of $5 per round, which $5 for an econ Joker is not the best, but it's not nothing, right? $5 can be a lot. That's a whole interest cap. That can snowball, right? And especially in like mid to late game where, again, you're going to be trying to dig for these X-Molt jokers to get yourself out of a bad position. I think Grimbo's really good. Grimbo. I think Chaos is like not bad whatsoever. I actually really like Chaos. There's almost never a run where I will see Chaos with a free slot and I will skip him, unless he's like Eternal Rental, obviously. Also, Chaos. Why do I keep almost calling him Grimbo? Chaos has the caveat in Gold Stake that a lot of the Econ jokers in Gold Stake are going to have, where you can pick up a rental Chaos for $1 and use him almost as a consumable card if you don't want to pay the rent. You can pick up a rental Chaos for $1, take the free reroll once he's in your Joker slots, sell him for $1, get that money back, and then you just had a free reroll. Which, like, usually that doesn't matter a ton, but it's still, like, impactful, right? It's still, like, a $5 Temperance is still a $5 Temperance, and that's essentially what Chaos can end up being. But overall, I think he's really good. I think he's slept on, for sure. Pie Disliker with the follow. Welcome in to Twitch. That's low for Chaos, if anything. I don't know if it's low. Maybe towards the... Again, I'm not really worried about, like, putting jokers in the top or bottom of tiers because there's going to be so many in each tier. But I would say, like, high B for Chaos is fair. I'm not going to lie. 5 monies are 5 monies? Yeah, exactly. Fibonacci. This is a joker that I'm definitely wrong about, and that's okay. I think Fib's pretty bad. It's not bad. Let me rephrase that. I think Fib is... Generally, when people say Fib, like when people see Fib and they talk about Fib, they put it in the realm of a joker that you want to build around. Like, people will start fixing their entire deck around Fib when they get it. And, like, depending on the deck, that's a pretty solid plan, and obviously you want to have more aces if you're playing Fib long term. But I just don't like it. I don't know, man. Like, at maximum before retriggers, you're getting 40 mult, which, like, that's not nothing by any means, but you're also playing a hand which is, like, bare minimum full house because you're scoring 5 cards that are all in, like, relatively the same window of ranks. So, like, already you're playing inconsistent hands to fuel that. I just think it's, like, now that I'm thinking about it and, like, putting it into words, it's kind of like a less offensive Baron, where, like, it's good if you do the deck fixing required for it, but, like, if you're wealthy enough to do that deck fixing, if you have enough value being generated to deck fix for Fib, there's just things that are way better than Fib. Now, I will say Fib's an early game menace. That is, like, the one thing that I will definitely give Fib credit for, and probably the entire reason why I would be putting it in, like, C tier. Fib's an early game monster. Fib in the early game is just free score. It's just free score, because, like, you can realistically expect to get 3 Fib triggers off of just a random 5-card hand that you're slinging in the early game, and 3 Fib triggers gets you all the way through ante 2 with, like, almost no questions asked, unless you're playing, like, the worst Fib hand that you can possibly play. So I do think it's, like, there's something to be said for it for that, but, like, if you're building around Fib, I just don't understand the mindset. There's just much better things to build around, I feel like. Like, Fib isn't a... People treat Fib like it's a win condition. Fib is not a win condition. Like, whatsoever, I don't think. I don't know. Maybe I'm sleeping on it. Again, this is probably one where I'm wrong. I'm keeping it in C tier. I don't love Fib. Fib is so fun to play. I don't know. I disagree. I don't love Fib. I don't love playing Fib. Fib makes steel worth early game? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Again, I might be underrating it, but I'm just not a big fan. Next is Steel Joker. I think Steel Joker is also a very fair C. The X-Molt that it provides... I mean, let's just be honest, chat. Any consistent X-Molt Joker is good. And Steel Joker, as long as you have at least 1 Steel card, is a consistent X-Molt Joker. If you have 2 Steel cards, it is, like, ever so slightly worse than a Polychrome, which is not that good. But like any non-conditional, I guess it's still conditional. Excuse me. God, I'm like dying. I'm literally drinking water and I'm also like dying still. I don't know. Any like non-conditional X-Mult Joker, you need the steal for it, but like it doesn't matter what hand you're playing. I'm getting at, it's always going to be flat X-Mult once you have the steals. But it's just really low flat X-Mult. So like I don't think it's bad necessarily, because there are some games where you'll have like 3 steal cards and then the times 1.6 will actually be pretty decent. Like a lot of people kind of sleep on Polychrome for being really good. Vagabond with the raid. Welcome in, everybody. But it's still like pretty niche at the end of the day. How many times are you taking Steel Joker where it's just like better than Duo? Almost never, right? Almost never. So it's not bad. It's not a bad pickup. If you're struggling for X-Mult and you find Steel Joker, you're probably taking it, but like, I don't know. Vagabond better be going in S tier. I'll spoil it since you rated me. Vagabond's absolutely S tier. Vagabond is absolutely S tier. Thank you, mods, for the shout out. Appreciate you, Vagabond. Hope you had a fantastic stream. Vagabond Raiders, we're doing a Gold Stake Joker tier list. I will be pissing people off. I will be pissing people off with my takes. But that's okay. So, as does everyone with their respective Balatro tier list, right? So, you know, just gotta... just gotta get that out of the way. Anyway. Cheese with the raid. Thank you, Cheese. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, Cheese. I had a Vagabond game today that led into Tribulate and Perkeo with double Dusk, Brainstorm, Saki, Busky. Huge. That's actually sick. Why is loyalty F and not D? I hate loyalty card. It's cool in multiplayer for like PvP blinds, but I think that niche does not carry over to single player. Like if you're using loyalty card to, it's like Mr. Bones, right? If you're using loyalty card to beat anything other than the wall, you're just gonna die the next blind. It's good for boss blinds. I disagree. It's just delaying your death, I feel like. Loyalty is like a shitty Mr. Bones. Yeah, that's what I feel like. Flint Violet is big. I don't know, man. I feel like loyalty is probably still not doing anything on Flint and Violet. On Flint, I could see. On Flint, I could see. Violet? I don't know. I don't know. I don't see it. A bad Mr. Bones is niche. Mr. Bones is already niche. What are you on about, man? I'm not saying that Mr. Bones is bad, but he's not good. He's in the in-between. He's in the liminal space, so to speak. How long down the list is Chad? Chad is like 100 in, I want to say. Loyalty is Bones with setup. Yeah, exactly. All right, anyway. Carrying on. Scary Face, I think, is not good. I think Scary Face is a very fair D tier. I think even with retriggers, a lot of the time, the chips on trigger, unless you're playing specifically Plasma deck, in which case Scary Face is like actually pretty good. But on any other deck, I think the chips on trigger thing that any of these chips on trigger jokers do, it's just not mattering after the early game. It's just not mattering after the early game. Like, your planet levels are going to be giving you so much more, unless you're literally running, like, Sock and Buskin full houses. I don't know. Again, Plasma deck, I think chips on trigger is a win con. Scary Face is a Plasma deck GOAT. Odd Todd is a Plasma deck GOAT. Arrowhead on Plasma deck is, like, a free W. But Scary Face just, like, it's not good. It's not... It's good in the early game. It's just not good, though, in general. I don't know. Just got here. How long have we been spending on each one? Not that long. We've been streaming for an hour and a half, and the first half an hour was yapping. I love Scary Face. I used to force Scary Face Smiley every game for the first 2 months when I was learning Balatro. Okay, to be fair, yeah, we've all had that canon event, right? We've all had that canon event. Scary Face Smiley, that was probably every single person in here who has played Balatro, that was them for like the first solid month. Like, it's definitely a joker that everybody picks up. Just because, like, face cards, I heard those were good. They got a little picture on them. They gotta be good. But like, yeah, this gold stake. I still do scary face smiley builds because it's fun. I don't know. It's gotten old for me. I was worse. I was the scholar gal. Ooh. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, scholar's not terrible. Scholar's fun. It's just kind of bad for what it is. I don't know. It's alright though. Abstract. This is yet another Joker that's probably going to piss people off with where I put it. I think Abstract is above average. I think Abstract... Abstract and Banana are like the plus mult. Are like the heaven sent plus mult Jokers. Probably not a lot of builds where you're keeping Abstract after like anti 4 or 5. But like same thing with the original Banana, the OG Gross Michelle. But like it's just free mult. You're always going to have Joker slots filled. It's just actually free. It's unconditional plus 15, and it doesn't die like Banana. You can rotate out of it when you don't need it, but it's insane for when you do need it. I don't know. I really like it. Abstract over Raised Fist is crazy to me. Raised Fist is still like kind of conditional, though, at the end of the day, right? I don't know. Maybe you're right about that. Maybe I'm sleeping on Raised Fist a little bit. Honestly, yeah, Raised Fist in the same tier as Halvesies. That makes sense to me. I'll bump up Raised Fist a little bit. That seems fair. That seems fair. Raised Fist, Halvesies, and Abstract in the same tier. That seems very fair. That chatters onto something. Raised Fist is ass, honestly. I disagree for Gold Stake. I don't know. It's got synergy, and I don't think you usually care about not getting... Like, I think it's almost impossible to not get plus 20 mult if you're playing pairs in Gold Stake with Raised Fist. Granted, I said almost impossible, but, like, still. No, you know what? I'll keep it there. Okay. Delayed gratification. Not good. Not good. For the same reason that Banner is pretty bad. I think Delayed Grat is definitely better than Banner because money is usually more valuable than chips. But Delayed Grat, unlike Banner, actually, I'm just going to put it under here. Delayed Grat, unlike Banner, comes with the caveat that instead of losing an incremental amount of value for each discard, if you just discard one time with Delayed Grat, you lose all of the value. I think early game, especially with pair builds, there are a lot of runs where you can use Delayed Grat for like an ante, maybe an ante and a half to get up to interest cap. But like, it's a below average econ piece, which a below average econs piece is still like a decent Joker. But it's really, you're not using this outside of like early game. And if you're not playing an easy to find hand like pairs, like high card, you're not using this at all. I could maybe even see putting it in F tier, but I don't know. Money's really important on Gold Stake. I'm not going to lie. Money's really important on Gold Stake. Delayed is F. Delay is 4 monies for a delay. It's unfun, but it's nice on green Joker builds. That's what I'm saying. Like, the builds that are meta, it works well with. It's the worst econ in the game, but that's still C tier for me. I disagree. That is definitely not C tier. Fib and C? I don't like Fib, man. I don't like Fib. That one's personal. I know I'm going to get hate for that, but I don't like Fib. Hack. Even though I think Hack in a vacuum is better than Dusk, I really want to put it below Dusk. Just because it like, the only thing that you care about retriggering with Hack is Fib cards, ew, or Wii cards, which is kind of based. But like, even though in a vacuum it gives you more total retriggers, it feels more niche. I think I'm still putting it in C tier because it's a retrigger Joker at the end of the day. It just feels more niche than Dusk, even though I'm almost certain that's not the case, and that's just like me vibing myself into like a weird state of mind. I don't know. Again, retriggers are already like pretty situational. You're going to be wanting to play 5-card hands with retriggers, which I think is usually pretty inconsistent on Gold Stake, but sometimes you're going to be getting a lot of value out of the retriggers to where maybe you do want to be playing 5-card hands. Obviously, if you're playing 5-2s on a Weeb Joker build and you get Hack, it's going to be insane Wii. It's going to be very fun. But I don't know. Hack just feels like I can't remember the last time I took Hack, even though I think it's pretty good. Hack is better than Dusk since more money from hands left. Right. Yeah, exactly. Hack is just mid without we. Yeah. Crazy we haven't had any A tiers yet. Dude, I'm saving them. I'm saving them. I'd A tier it personally. Great with Fib and Wii. I don't like Fib, and I think Wii's pretty niche. Even though it's a really good chip scaler, I think. I don't know. I also just don't use Wii that much, so maybe I'm biased. Pareidolia. I think a lot, and I mean a lot of people would put Pareidolia in F tier. Do I think it's too niche to be used? I almost never take... Pareidolia is in a weird spot, man. Because I almost never take Pareidolia. Actually, almost never. But the times where you're taking Pareidolia, it is so impactful. Specifically, Pareidolia Mask. But also, like, Pareidolia Faceless is pretty good. I think we had one run, maybe at the beginning of the month, where we played Abandoned Deck Photo Chat, and we ended up slotting in Pareidolia, which is pretty fun. I'm going to put it in D. I'm going to put it in D. You're almost never taking it, but the times that you are taking it, your belly is full, so to speak. You're either getting $5 per discard just flat out, or you're making your, like, 2/3 of your entire deck into gold cards, which is just insane value, or you're photo chatting on Abandoned Deck, which gets fun value. It should lose a letter grade because it's so hard to spell. Huh? Oh yeah, nobody nobody in chat has spelled it right. Wait, that's kind of peak. No, Terwaz spelled it right. W. Pareidolia would be on equal footing with Oops if lucky cards didn't exist. Yeah, I feel like that's a respectable take. I feel like that's definitely a respectable take. Wii is peak on any stake, any deck. I'm not saying Wii is bad at all. It just feels weird to play into, but it's worth it because Wii is like the best chip scaler of all time, right? Anyway, yeah, I think Pareidolia at D is fair. Banana. I want to put it at A. I think putting Banana at A is psychopath behavior. But Cavendish is so funny, and Banana's like also really good in the early game. I think that's psychopath behavior, but like, dude, Cavendish is broken. I think Banana at A tier is like not even that bad of a take. Banana easy S, Banana is S. High B. Realistically, I think it's high B. Or maybe even mid B, but I'm going to put it at S just because of the prospect of Cavendish. I think Cavendish even being a thing in the game, you're not ever gonna see Cavendish, which is why I don't like putting it in A. The amount of times where I've had a Banana break, even in early antes, and we just don't see Cavendish for the entire game. There's so many documented runs that I've had like that. Gonna put it in S. If I said I was gonna put it in S, I put it in A. I meant to put it in A. The amount of times that you're gonna break a Banana and just not see Cavendish for the whole run. God damn, I need to like not die every 2 seconds. Fuck's sake. Sorry, chat. God. Gotta love the numerous games where you get Banana and it dies immediately on the first blind. I mean, yeah, that's always rough. Yeah, that's like something that works against it. Banana can always break at inopportune times, and then it's sad. And also the amount of games where you're going to break a Banana, even in early antes, and not find Cavendish. It is not a non-zero amount of games. In fact, I would say more often than not, if you're breaking a Banana, you're not going to find Cavendish. But when you find Cavendish, free build. Free run, no matter what you're doing. 3 times unconditional mult, actually unconditional mult, is insane. And I think Banana giving you the prospect at that, even if it is a gamble, is pretty good. I don't mind Banana being our first A tier whatsoever. Oh my, first A, let's go. Huge. The only X-Mult Joker that can be generated from Riffraff, that is also kind of funny, but also photo. I would honestly put Duo in A. I can reassess. I wouldn't hate that, honestly. I think ×2 is just like, I think there's better things than Duo. I think Duo is outclassed, especially because, especially because of the fact that it's, God, a rare. I think it's outclassed. But maybe just because pairs are so consistent. You know what? If banana goes in A, I could move duo to A. That seems fair. W chat. ×2 is a lot. Yeah, on pair builds. I'm not saying it's bad. I just think it's outclassed. But maybe even if it's outclassed, it's still like deserving of A. Duo works everywhere other than straights. That is also true. Duo wins runs. Yeah. We'll put duo in A. Odd Todd. Again, if this was a specifically Plasma Deck gold stake tier list, Todd would be bare minimum high A. I think Todd does some heavy lifting in Plasma Deck gold stake, but on a normal gold stake build, again, most of the chips that you're going to be generating are from planet cards. You're probably not going to care about chips on trigger unless you're like running Wii, which that's not really even chips on trigger. That's just like play 2s and get rewarded. I don't know. I think Todd is very D tier. I don't love him. Can he work in the early game? Yeah. I don't even usually take him in the early game though. Like same thing with Scary Face. If you're going to get a chip joker, like something like Sly just feels so much more consistent as opposed to these like these on-trigger chip jokers that in an ideal world require you to deck fix around them but don't actually do anything, right? I don't know. I don't like Odd Todd. I think Even Steven is in the exact same spot. +4 mult is not too bad per even card. If you're playing flushes with Even Steven, realistically, you can probably expect to get a +12 on a flush and be completely fine. For the first like 1 or 2 antes of the game, maybe for like ante 2 boss blinds, you need like a flush and a 2 pair with Steven, but like Steven's fine for early game, but it does literally, even with retriggers, it does literally nothing outside of early game. So like, I don't know, it's D tier for sure. Same exact thing with Scholar. Scholar gives you both chips and plus mult on trigger, but it requires you to play what might be able to be considered the worst rank in the game. Probably, I think 7s are the worst rank in the game if we're like min-maxing. But like aces are right behind it. Aces suck. Unless you're playing, I guess, Fib, in which case just play 2s in case you get a Wii Joker or a hack. But like it wants you to be playing a really bad rank. You're only going to have 4 of these in your deck unless you're playing erratic for the early game. So realistically, you're getting like 2 triggers on this max for the early game. I think Scholar's really bad. Giving you chips and mult in the same trigger is like the only thing that's keeping Scholar out of F tier. If Scholar was either 20 chip, even if it was like 30 or 35 chips on trigger for an ace, or if it was like 5 mult for an ace, probably it would be an F tier. But the fact that it gives you both, I think it gets saved as like a decent early game piece. Mime is not that good in gold stake. Most of the times I feel like you can't hold it because you need scoring. That's why I ranked it at B. Because I think Mime is like an insane amount of value in gold stake, but also like I usually don't take it in gold stake. Like out of every time that I see it, I probably take it like once every 30 times that I see it in gold stake. But when you take it, it does a lot. Even if you only have like a handful of gold cards and maybe like 1 or 2 blue seals, it does a lot. Mime is so good in gold stake. Yeah, I think Mime is completely reasonable at B. Are we ordering within tiers? I was for the first like 5 minutes of the tier list, and I have since stopped doing that because I think I would be here all day if I was ordering, but within tiers. It's insane econ and score. Usually I don't think it's that good for score unless you're playing like exactly Baron Mime or like Shoot or something like that. Even in Shoot, unless you have steel cards, it's not doing that much. I think the score is much less what I look at for Mime than econ. Anyway, business card. I think business card at C is fine. I would even consider putting it at B if Chaos is in B. Business card can be a lot of money. It's expected. The expected value is $1 per face card that gets scored. Realistically, on an unfixed deck that is not like erratic or abandoned, you can expect to probably score like 7 or 8 face cards. So that's $7 or $8 of expected value. That's not bad whatsoever. It does want you to be playing face cards, but that's not like a bad caveat whatsoever, considering some of the best builds in the entire game revolve around face cards. I think this is either high C or low B. Probably I would slap this in low B. I think business card is very consistent econ. think it's very good. You don't need Baron Mime for steals, my god, I know. I mentioned steals and shoot, but I also mentioned Baron. I do love me the Mad World challenge. True. My favorite use of business card is taking on Abandon. Real. Same with photo. Same with photo. Not gonna lie. Supernova, A tier. It is a Joker that gives you scaling mult every time you play a pair. Every time you play a pair, you get +1 mult. You play a ton of pairs because they're not worth a ton of score each, but they always beat the blind when you play like 3 or 4 of them. It's just this essentially reads in pair builds as play a hand, gain +1 mult. Very good, very strong, insane for pair builds. Not doing much in any other build, but again, because of the viability of pairs in Gold Stake, this shoots to A tier. Very good. Very good. Supernova is D. That is a horrid take. I'm not gonna lie. Supernova is good. You force pairs the moment you take it. Yeah, exactly. High B, for me, it isn't A. I'm gonna keep it a stack. I think all of the common plus mult scalers, aside from Shoot the Moon, if you would consider it a scaling mult Joker, which I would, are A tier. Which brings us to Ride the Bus. Ride the Bus is A tier. Ride the Bus wants you to not play face cards for the same reward that Supernova gives you. Slightly harder to not play face cards than to just play pairs. But there are 3 dead slots when you play a pair, so you can just play a pair of 7s, and then if you have like King, Queen, Jack in your hand as well, you can just cycle those in the dead slots, because Bus gains the mult if you don't score faces. So you can still play faces as long as they don't score. So literally all you have to do is just cycle all of your faces out of your hand when you play your pairs, and then Ride the Bus's free scaling plus mult. Very good Joker, very broken with pairs. When you see Ride the Bus, you probably pivot pairs 9 out of 10 times. Very good Joker. Very good Joker. Bus not S. I don't think it's S just because, like, it's not... Like, S is, in my mind, something that can be in any build. Supernova and Bus are S builds, are S-tier Jokers in the context of pairs, but, like, on the off chance that you're running, like, flushes or, like, straights or some shit, in Gold Stake, you get the technology for it. Supernova and Bus suck, right, for both of those. Supernova is maybe a little bit better than Bus for either of those, but they're both, like, pretty buns. Whereas, like, Hologram or, like, Blueprint or something like that is, Hologram or Blueprint or something like that is, like, that fits in any build, right? Excuse me. Bus is solo game winning, and that's what you called it. S is auto win. Bus is not. I wouldn't call it solo game winning. I would not call it solo game winning by any means. You still need other shit to work with Bus. You need to be playing pairs, and you need, like, you know, early game chips and shit like that. Chat isn't auto win either. I mean, I guess in that context, nothing is auto win, but I would say Chad is a lot more auto win than Bus. Bus with planets and you're fine. I mean, yeah, I still wouldn't put it in S. I think it's fine. Remember that you lost a run because Bus. Shh, chat, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about Bus crashes. Anyway. Spaceman. Once again, very controversial opinion that I have. I think Spaceman is B tier, and I think it is, if we were ranking these within tiers, I think it is probably at the higher end of B tier. The only thing that is keeping me from putting it in A or S is the fact that it is a 1 in 4, and that motherfucker can go for like 10 hands straight without leveling shit up, and that makes me crash out. But on average, if you're playing pairs, again, this is the same theory as like Supernova Bus. If you're playing a lot of pairs, you're going to be getting a decent amount of planet levels out of it. Planet levels are really good in Gold Stake. You're going to be wanting high-level hands to be winning your Gold Stake runs. So I think Spaceman, when you're playing pairs or something that's like easily spammable, you're probably profiting like +1 level every blind, which doesn't sound like a lot, but like it's a lot, I would say. I think he's really good. he don't do anything. Spaceman is not my man. I have a complicated relationship with Space Joker. Oh yeah, I have. It's an abusive one for me, for sure. But like when he works, he's cool. So I give him the pass, right? I give him the pass. Egg. When I say egg is above average, negative egg is certainly. I mean, negative egg, you could probably make the case for being like A tier. That's not what we're talking about. Standalone egg. I want to put it in B because if you hit Temperance, it's an insane amount of value. The problem with that is kind of along the lines, the same problem that I have with not putting Misprint higher. The same line of thinking, not putting Spaceman higher. We've had runs where we've had an egg from ante 1 until ante 8 when we win, and we don't see Temperance. We've had runs like that. When you see even one Temperance with like a $20 egg is insane. But there are runs where you just don't see it. They're few and far between, but there are runs where you don't see it. I think egg at C is very reasonable. I think you could definitely make an argument to put it in B. I probably wouldn't argue with you if you said it was B, but I think C is maybe a better placement for it on average. Egg is egg rank. Hello. Egg is average or worse. Don't kid yourself. It's definitely not worse than average. I will settle for average. Burger. I used to not like Burger because for the kind of along the lines, the same reason I don't like Banner and like Delayed Grat is like not being able to use discards kind of blows. But like Burger's really good. I think Burger is A tier. I think Burger is game warping because Burger can turn games that would like, especially so for pair builds, Burger can turn pair builds that would have otherwise lost into like free runs. I think Burger's really good. If you save the extra hands that he gives you left over, you're getting more money. Also in Gold Stake specifically, or I guess in Blue Stake and above specifically, there's the argument where even if you're playing like not pairs, even if you're playing like straights and stuff like that, barring like purple seals and like mail-in and stuff that gives you value on discard, Burger allows you to see more cards, right? Because on average, if we're talking about like yellow deck, for instance, which is kind of like the Gold Stake staple deck for like win streaking, yellow deck has 4 hands, 2 discards, so you can see 5 cards with each of those, so you can see a grand total of 30 cards. With Burger, you have 7 hands, 0 discards, so you can see a grand total of 35 cards. So on Blue Stake and above, again, barring... It's like a trade-off, right? You're trading being able to see more cards for no discard synergy, which I think a lot of the time, maybe it's not like super impactful, but I think a lot of the time it is very impactful. Also works as an econ joker. Like I said, you can save the hands over, you get more money at the end of the blind. But mainly I'm just putting it in A because of pair builds. I think on pair builds specifically, again, Burger can turn pair builds that would otherwise die a horrible death into just like turn your brain off, play pair, scale jokers, absolutely free brain dead runs. I think it's really good. Just don't meet the eye. That's also true, yeah. Yeah, the eye is pretty bad for Burger, but like other than that, I think it's really good. Burger is more scaling, more econ, and effectively a times 1.75. Yeah, exactly. Blackboard is S. I love it. I'm honestly like debating putting Blackboard in A or S. Blackboard is not going below A. I will say that. Blackboard might be my first S. It's like, in theory, it's conditional X mult because if you have like hearts cards and shit like that in your hand, you can't turn it on. But like, again, because of the pair meta, I want to keep it from S tier just because if you're not playing pairs, it's a lot harder to work with. So I don't know if it's S tier just because of that. Like if you're playing a straights build or some shit like that, you're not getting Blackboard to work, which is why I kind of want to keep it out of S. But any pair build, again, if this was like a pair build tier list, Chalkboard is an easy S. Because you just cycle the random, like, red cards. If you have 5 red cards in your hand, you play a pair of red cards and cycle the other 3 red cards. And then you get the times 3. So, like, in pair builds, Chalkboard is 95% of the time just reads like a Cavendish that can't break. But in builds outside of pair, this really doesn't do much, I feel like, unless you deck fix, in which case, like, you need to deck fix for it. I feel like that also keeps it out of S, right? I rarely find myself taking the board, but it really ends up winning almost every run I get it. I would say if you rarely take the board more often. Also, is this a name? 820 with the follow. Welcome in. Huge. When I'm playing straights, I have enough tarots to make my cards black. This guy doesn't know how to play a run that isn't pairs. Hello? What do you mean? Blackboard is the one card where the monoclay helps you. Yeah, Blackboard also does hilariously enable ectoplasm in a lot of runs, which is kind of funny. I'm skeptical, but I'll make it our first S. It's very easy for Chalkboard to be turned into an S tier Joker. I don't know. I'm gonna put it bottom of A. Top of A. I'm gonna put it top of A. I'm sorry, chat. I'm gonna put it top of A. Probably you could argue it's an S tier. I'm putting it top of A. That was my gut instinct. I'm putting it top of A. But I think either way, like it's really good. It's really good. Boo! Shut up, Terroirs. What do you mean, boo? S or A? Yeah, it's not any lower than A for sure. Let Unseen decide. Okay, I'll let the Unseen Explosion decide. If this is a YouTube video, shout out Unseen Explosion. I'm gonna pull their stream up on my stream. Nobody ask him yet because I want to ask him in his chat. Is he streaming right this segundo? Is he streaming right now? He's streaming right... Oh, he's doing doggo, though. Bro, he's not going to answer my chat if he's doing doggo. Actually, he probably will.
Not nice doggo left.
Unseen.
She's, like, right here off camera.
Unseen.
I think that's...
Hang on. I'll show it on stream.
No, that's the microphone, I think. Yeah, it's the mic.
I'll show it on stream.
Right off
Unseen.
camera.
Unseen, I need your help. Unseen, please answer me.
What up, Mr. Shock?
Chat.
And also potentially Mr. Shock's chat,
Joker
because I assume you are still alive.
Tier list.
I need your help. Yes.
Is Chalkboard
what is it?
A or S tier? In your opinion.
I knew they would come to me for my expertise.
Shut up, Unseen. I watched you lose a triple Grimbo polychrome run last night. Sorry.
What? Doing Joker tier list. Oh, you did say you were going to do that today. Yeah, that's why you started streaming.
You are the deciding
Chalkboard A
factor.
Or S tier? I assume you mean Blackboard. If those are the two options, and this is for Gold Stake, right?
Yeah, Gold Stake. Chat, what are we thinking?
Gold Stake, Blackboard, I assume, A or S?
I know my chat is like overlaying.
Why is Blackboard S tier? You are the deciding factor. For Gold Stake, specifically, or just in general?
I said Gold Stake, bruh. I probably have a little bit of stream delay since I'm also streaming.
Yeah, Gold Stake. So, it's ×3. Let's go look. Let's go look and analyze.
Chat, this is a brilliant idea. Chat, this is a brilliant idea.
I don't have my screen showing. XD. So, Blackboard being ×3 is good because that's pretty much the highest that a times mult starts without it being of a higher rarity or a scaling one like Constellation.
Yeah.
So it's already a really good times mult, and it works well with not a lot of deck fixing, in my opinion, and especially if you do play hands like pair or high card where you can throw away the non spades and clubs. It is annoying that it doesn't work with stone. But I think I would. I don't know. Now that you've said it, I was gonna rank it like relatively low, or not low, but I wouldn't have originally put it A or S. But now I'm leaning towards S. I mean, it is really good.
Leaning towards S.
Times
Okay.
3 mult,
Okay.
not that hard to deck fix for, and if you're playing like a hand that allows you to throw away non-scoring cards, it's pretty good.
Yo, what's up? I am incredibly late for this stream. What happened?
I'll explain in a second. Hello, gamer.
We putting it
in my initial
S,
thought was
then.
B tier, but the more
B
I
is
think about it,
crazy.
like it is really good, like just as a base card,
We putting it in S then.
especially
you,
for gold stake
baby girl.
specifically.
Thank you, baby
So I would
girl.
say S.
Okay. Well, we're putting it in S then. That
But I
works.
am also a washed-up gold stake player, so what the hell do I know?
That is also true. That is also very true. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. I don't mind that. I don't hate that. Bro is washed, though. I just want to point that out. Also would like to point it out that the same person that everybody in chat is praising for putting it in S tier was going to put it in B tier if I didn't give the option. If I just asked him, what do you rate this, and not, do you put this in A or S, they would have put it in B. Just want to throw that out there. This is the martyr, so to speak, that this is who you're trusting. This is who you're trusting with the S rank. But we'll put it at S because Unseen said. All right, I'm damn near about to piss myself real quick. So I am going to use the bathroom. I would suggest people maybe do the same. But I'll be right back. Spam the piss break emotes. Hell yeah, appreciate that. All right, I'll be right back. Love y'all. The bladder has been evacuated. Let's continue, shall we? Unseen is still in the scary Smiley playstyle. That's crazy. She's a runner. She's a track star. Runner. Moving on. Pretty good chip scaler. Pretty much any. I know I've been saying this whole time that most of your chips are going to be coming from your planet cards, but that is because there are vastly less chip jokers in the game than mult jokers, and even less scaling chip jokers than like scaling mult jokers and scaling X mult jokers. So even though some of the like on trigger chips jokers and stuff like that I think are not impactful, scaling chip jokers can still be like a quasi ×2 at the end of the day, right? And I think Runner is kind of mid in terms of strictly like scaling chips jokers. That being said, I think him being a scaling chip joker is still like pretty good. Like you can play Runner in pairs. You just like alternate playing straights and playing pairs, and you can get him to like, dare I say, like 105 chips without even really breaking a sweat. I think Runner is definitely like a B tier Joker. He's not incredible. He's not going to be like soloing games, but he's not bad by any means. I'm not going to lie. JL with the follow. Welcome in. Runner is godlike on Nebula deck. That's assuming that you get other technology for straights, though. I don't know. Piss Latro adds 1 Joker pissing stream times 0.5 mult every time you piss during the run. How is the piss scale of 8 through 24? Solid 21. Solid 21. Good for painted? It is good for painted. Before every game, I have a ritual where I throw my piss in the air like LeBron does chalk. Well, last time I looked at the Balatro multiplayer stats, you were pretty nasty with it, so maybe I'll have to adopt that next time we do a multiplayer, like, ranked sesh. maybe that's the secret sauce, man. Alright. Anyway. Ice Cream. Dare I say Ice Cream is also B tier. I think this is slightly controversial. I find myself taking Ice Cream in Gold Stake a lot. So I might just be overvaluing it from like an anecdotal standpoint, if that makes sense. But I take Ice Cream a lot when I'm playing pairs. So I think Ice Cream is not bad on B tier, or in B tier. Plus 100 chips. Obviously, it's going to, like, you know, deflate in value, so to speak. But once that happens, you'll probably have some planet levels in whatever hand you're playing to where it kind of cushions the blow. And, like, initially, when you haven't played any hands with it at all, plus 100, plus 90, plus 80 chips, just unconditional. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good for, like, early to mid game. I'm not gonna lie. Solid Joker. Depends on the deck. I kind of disagree. I think Ice Cream is like I take it a lot, regardless of deck. Ice Cream equals Blue Joker IMO. I think Blue Joker is slightly better, but Ice Cream and Blue is pretty good. Which part of Ice Cream at B is controversial? I felt like people would say it's controversial, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking out my ass. DNA. DNA's D, man. I'm sorry to all the DNA enjoyers. Whenever I do a thing, if you're not familiar, on YouTube, where every day for the past like 3 weeks, I go to random.org, I pick 4 numbers between 1 and 150, and I make a YouTube poll, and I say, if you had to pick one Joker to get at the beginning of all of your games from now on, which of these 4 would you pick? And I find it really interesting to gauge how the people who watch me and the Balatro community as a whole values certain Jokers against each other. DNA, I have found through running those polls, is the most overrated Joker in this game, and it's not even close. It is not even close. Every single time I run a poll and DNA is in the poll, it wins by the widest margin imaginable. And I think in Gold Stake especially, DNA is absolutely terrible. I think DNA is so bad. Granted, it's very good if you get a copy target. To be fair, you say any run, not just gold. Yeah, but like 40% people picked that over Tribe. Like, yeah, that's crazy. Plus $4 is cool. Bro, there are Jokers in damn near every one of those polls that are going to give you more value than $4. DNA is good if you have something to copy, but if not, then it's not that good. It's also just not good in Gold Stake because, like, even if you're copying, like, a gold blue seal card with it, which is, like, best case scenario, you're still playing down a hand, and, like, you're just adding the card to your deck, which is, like, it's fine, but, like obviously gold blue seal is, like, really good to copy, but, like, I don't know, it still doesn't feel super impactful in, like, 99% of runs. Dare I say it's even F for Gold Stake. I think in the context of Gold Stake, man, that's an argument, actually. I think in the context of Gold Stake, I might have to put DNA in F. I'm not even trolling. I mean, like, I can't even remember the last time I used DNA and it was good. It's only going to be good in, like, big hand runs. I don't know. The only time I won't take DNA is black deck. Bro, I hate DNA. It's not F since niche builds, but it's bad. Yeah, but like, dude, I don't know. DNA, okay, you know, looking at the other Jokers, DNA on the same level as Pareidolia. Yeah, that seems fine. That seems fine. I'll keep it in D. You get a family, DNA is amazing. Yeah, that's fair. It's not as bad as Baron or Loyalty Card. That's fair. That's 100%. Yeah, that's fair. Name one time DNA is saved a run. I mean, it doesn't need to save a run to keep it out of F. Because I don't think... I mean, I guess if we're talking about early game, all of these Jokers can save runs. But, like, I don't think Pareidolia has ever saved a run. You put Pareidolia too high, buddy? No, definitely not. Paraidolia's synergies are few and far between, but the ones that it has pop off. Pareidolia Faceless is a lot of money, and Pareidolia Midas is infinite money, especially pair builds. Moving on, Splash. Splash is cheeks, man. Holy buns. Splash is terrible. What synergy does Splash even have in this video game? The two things that I can think of off the top of my head are slamming random face cards into the pair that you're playing when you have a Midas mask in your build, or Vampire. As far as Joker synergies, obviously Splash synergizes with like every enhancement known to man. But like, dude, Splash with Joker synergies, pretty much all of the synergies that I can think of off the top of my head are just not worth 2 Joker slots, and debatably not even worth 1. Flower Pot synergy is fun, but 2 Joker slots for a ×3 is like not that good, I feel. I don't know, it's okay. Idol, usually Idol is just complete ass in Gold Stake. Splash is low-key good, hot take. I want to be a Splash defender so badly because I think it's like a very uniquely designed Joker, but like, damn, dude, it just does nothing. Splash Hiker? Splash has so many synergies. It has a lot of synergies, but like none of them matter. None of them are good enough to run Splash. It's 30 chips on pair builds plus enhancements. Dude, like, who cares? Like, it's outclassed by like everything. Splash is the kid that gets picked last in dodgeball. Yeah, exactly. Splash is the worst chips Joker. It's nice because it's $3, so you can just pick it up if you have a Joker slot. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. It is, being $3, it's uniquely costed, but it's, I don't know, dude. Splash is just D, but it's not fully ass. I just disagree, dude. There's synergies where it works, but I feel like it's not worth the Joker slot in any of those synergies. You can argue that Splash is D. I'm keeping it in F. I think Splash is uniquely horrible. One rando Lucky Proc can change a run with Splash. Yeah, but is that really worth taking Splash on the like 16 other runs where you don't get that rando Lucky Proc and then you die because you have Splash instead of anything else? Like, I would disagree. Early game 30 chips for $2 is insane. I mean, I guess. Splash is D because cheap and can be useful if you have the slot, luckies, gold seals, and anything that requires specific cards to be played. I don't know. I feel like that's not worth the slot. Splash needs its own tier at the top. No. I'm keeping it in F. I don't think it's worth the slot. I'm not gonna lie. It's unique. I will always be a defender of it, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's good in Gold Stake, like, at all. Blue Joker. This is another B tier, I think. Blue Joker, technically a scaling Joker. Technically a scaling Joker. I would say probably if you're using it as a scaling Joker, you're playing a hologram run, or you're just paramaxing and putting random value cards into your deck, which is fine. But like, for the same reason as Ice Cream is in B tier, like plus 100 chips, which is usually around what you're going to be getting on Blue Joker. I guess after the top deck, it's going to be like plus 90 chips, but like plus 90 chips is still, until relatively mid-game, it's still like a ×2 on most builds, which is like not bad whatsoever. I think it's very passable. Notably, when I did my black deck only Gold Stake series, which was like it's kind of ancient channel history now, and by that I mean it was like 2 months ago. Blue Joker I think was our #1 Joker on the black deck only profile, so maybe there's something to consider there. Probably not. Probably that's just anecdotal, but like still, I like Blue Joker. He's solid. I think above average is fine for him. Sixth Sense. Man. Like, okay. He gives you deck fixing. He gives you spectral cards. The deck fixing is, on most decks, 4 cards in exchange for 4 hands. And a lot of the time, spectral cards... I mean, like, a lot of spectral cards are really good, don't get me wrong. But a lot of spectral cards are also incantation-esque and are not good whatsoever. I think Ouija... I was thinking of bad spectral cards, and Ouija just escaped my lips. I think Sixth Sense is in a weird spot where average might be too generous, but like niche would not give it enough credit. I think I would put it in C tier above D tier. I don't find myself taking it a lot either in Gold Stake. It's very Mime-esque where I just don't find that it's worth the slot a lot, but like to a higher extent because Mime at least generates like a lot of guaranteed value, to whereas Sixth Sense can give me incantation, Ouija, and sigil, and then I freak out. I don't know. I don't love it. Sixth Sense at the very worst is trading card that gives $3. Well, doesn't it actually give 1? Because spectral cards I'm pretty sure sell for $2, and then you're playing the hand. So like the deck fixing is cool, but like I don't know. On average, you get 1 bad, 1 does nothing, 1 okay, 1 good if you hit all 4. Yeah, it's trading card, but worse deck fixing, but more reward. I feel like you don't get more reward usually. $2? Do spectral cards sell for $3? Oh no, people are just correcting me from like delay. Sixth Sense should always be 1 tier below trading card. I think it can be multiple tiers below trading card, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe. Not accounting for the hand that it costs, right? They cost 4 in the shop for Ghost. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not just about the spectral card, he also deck thins a little bit, which is nice. I mean, yeah. So that just says you put trading card in B, which is good. Yeah, I mean, like, trading card in B, I feel like is fine. I don't know. I'll keep Sixth Sense in C. He feels awkward there. Constellation. Dare I say another S? You're gonna be cracking planet cards in Constellation's S. I'm not even deliberating. You're gonna be using planet cards in literally any Gold Stake match ever. And because Constellation only cares about planet cards, doesn't care about what planet card, Constellation is always gonna be like absolute minimum. If you're like dead broke, struggling to get by, Constellation's gonna be like a ×2. Otherwise, it's gonna be like insane X-Mult. I think Constellation, it fits into any build. You can crack planet cards in any build. I think it's really good. Trio should not be C tier, the same with Fib. Terroirs, you make a tier list. What if Constellation gave times 0.2 but reset if you use a tarot? That just seems like less fun Constellation. I don't know. Consta is better later than earlier? Yeah, absolutely. But it's still like not bad early. I don't know. Even like early to mid game, Constellation is not terrible. Obviously in like the first couple of antes it sucks, but pretty much ante 3 and after I would always try and force Constellation. Sun with the follow, welcome in. Can we bring in Correspondent Unseen on this? No, I'm keeping Constellation and S. Hiker. I don't like Hiker. I like Hiker, but Hiker's bad. That's a better phrasing. I like Hiker. Hiker's funny. I try to take him when I can afford to take him just because, like, you know, he's a jovial guy. He's goofy, but I think he's really bad. Unless you have retriggers, and even if you have retriggers, if you're using enough retriggers where Hiker would be worth it, I'm assuming that that is immediately made irrelevant by the fact that you are playing a hand whose planet card would eclipse Hiker. I think Hiker's pretty bad. Why is DNA at D? DNA is horrible in Gold Stake on 99% of builds. Hiker's problem is that you almost never replay the same cards consistently. That too. I think Hiker's really bad. I don't think he's quite F. Sometimes the chips matter, but I think D is respectable. Hiker's pretty bad. Unseen agrees with the S tier constellation. See, Unseen's my goat. Faceless Joker. Above average. Not quite mail-in territory. Not quite insane. Not quite buku bucks, if you will. But Faceless is still pretty goated. I feel like you could reasonably assume to make $10 off of that every blind. Maybe with the odd blind, if you're on like a boss, or maybe you just get really bad RNG, you make $5 a blind. But Chaos is bare minimum $5 a blind, and he's in B. Might be moving Chaos up now that I think about it, but I think Faceless is still like fine at B tier. He's a damn fine econ Joker. He gets the job done, and sometimes he puts in a little extra. Sometimes he works some overtime. Faceless will kill your run 1/3 of the time because you greeted. I kind of disagree. Hiker would be somewhat usable if the applied chips applied to the played cards before scoring. That's kind of fair. Early Faceless is really good. Yeah, early Faceless is always very nice for setting up runs. Grimbo. Again, same as Supernova Bus. You just play a hand. You get +1 mult. With the caveat that it's probably the worst out of this trio because it can go backwards if you discard. But usually if you're picking up Grimbo, you're not planning on discarding anyway. And then the times where you would discard, if you're playing a hand and gaining a mult, you can kind of think of +1 mult on these scaling jokers as $1. So like the times where the times where I find myself discarding the most for Grimbo is either A, with like Faceless or mail-in rebate, like jokers that give you money when you discard. And either of those jokers, bare minimum, gives you quintuple gives you quintuple what you put into it, in terms of like you're losing 1 mult but gaining +5. Or purple seals. And if we're assuming that every tarot card is worth what it is worth in the shop, you're still exchanging a $3 tarot card for 1 mult on Grimbo. So like even like people all the time come into my stream and will be like, why are you running mail-in with Grimbo? That's like anti-synergy. And like, yeah, it is. At the end of the day, I am making my Grimbo worse, but like it's not that bad. Like +1 mult in exchange, or -1 mult in exchange for +5 at the end of the day, not that tragic. Not that tragic. If you need to discard, -1 mult is worth. Yeah, absolutely. The worst of this trio, but still a very solid Joker. Why is Misprint in its own tier? I hate it, so it's below everything else. Grimbo is the best scaling mult by far. Yeah, that's also true. Well, I mean, like, the argument for the other ones is, like, you can crash the bus, but you're not crashing the bus unless your name happens to be Focus Shock and you're just, like, a huge idiot. And Supernova, I guess Supernova is worse on, like, the eye, because if you don't play a pair, you don't get the mult. But if we're talking about these in the context of pair builds, like, that usually doesn't matter for Supernova. I guess saying Grimbo is the worst of the three is disingenuous because they do all have their ups and downs. But I don't know. Who crashes the bus? That never happens. Yeah, true. You don't crash the bus if you're stupid. I think you might have misstepped when you typed that. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But it is what it is. Grimbo number 7 total rounds used. Yeah, that's respectable. That's respectable. Anyway, superposition, D tier for sure. Are you getting tarot cards from it in the vast majority of runs? No, almost never. But it's very much in the same vein as like 8-ball, where like you get runs where if you're playing straights anyway, the tarot cards can stack up. Like tarot cards are so impactful, and if you're able to get value out of superposition, even if you're just getting 1 or 2 tarot cards, like you're getting a good return on investment. It's not good, it's not fun to see most of the time, but like it could still matter. It can still give you good shit, right? Also notably kind of fire in multiplayer, but I digress. Sia Existence. Feels strange even if you're doing straights. This is the range you hope to hang. Yeah, that is also kind of true. Superposition's problem is that ace. Yeah, you're kind of not wrong. Feltz with the follow. Welcome in. Cavendish. C tier. Not too. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. My chat. I'm pre-firing everybody in my chat. Just like smashing their keyboards now. Cavendish is S. It just like absolutely. If chalkboard is S, Cavendish is S. It's a non-conditional ×3 mult. This fits into any build and will give any build ×3 mult. In my almost 700 hours of playing this game, I have never once with my own eyes witnessed a Cavendish break. I'm not even sure if it's possible. That's a lie. It can definitely break. Don't take my word for, you know, truth. But I've never seen it expire, and I've played this game for almost 700 hours. So it's like, obviously if it dies, you're gonna shit yourself, but realistically it's never dying ever, unless you have like multiple oopses, in which case maybe it'll die on you, but I digress. A majority of the time, we'll say 999 times out of every 1,000, it is ×3 mult for no work, which is cracked, to say the least. Very good. I had a negative Cavendish break on me once in multiplayer, and that lost me the game. That would be catastrophic if that happened. If Cavendish expires, then hopefully you were recording, streaming, because it's great content. True. It's happened to me, needless to say. I lost that run. Cav breaking is a skill issue. It is a skill issue. Never say never, Mr. Streamer. Well, I haven't yet. Maybe I shouldn't say never, but I haven't seen it go extinct yet. Will you make this into a video? Yes. Probably it's going to require a lot of editing because I don't think I'm even halfway through the Jokers yet. And we're already an hour and a half into discussing the tier list. So probably it's not going to come out for like bare minimum a week, but this will be a YouTube video. Yes. Mickle with the follow. Welcome in. They should make a rare Joker called the Bananilator that adds a negative eternal dice every round. Yeah, that wouldn't be broken at all. Good luck on the edit, Mr. Streamer. Thank you, man. Thank you. I've had it break on me once, but I did have an oops. Yeah, see, like, it's doubling your chance of it breaking, right? To-do list. I think to-do list is slept on. I think to-do list is very slept on. Very good. Econ Joker. Are you sad whenever it hits like straight flush or like 4 of a kind or something like that? Yeah, but like the times that it hits pair or high card or 2 pair, even flush, more than make up for that. It's very good econ. Very good econ. Above average econ, dare I say. Not much more to say about it than that. It is just very solid for generating money. To-do list is always straight flush the second round I have it. I feel like that's hard-coded into the game, I'm not gonna lie. Card Sharp. Not S tier, because I don't think every build can consistently play Card Sharp, and I think some builds can't play it at all. But Card Sharp's A. Card Sharp ×3 for just playing the same hand. If you play a pair, your next 3 pairs on any deck besides black deck are going to be ×3 mult, which is a lot of points. I think Card Sharp is very, very good with like just spammable hands. Obviously, it doesn't fit into every build, like I said, but the builds that it does fit into, it's essentially a Cavendish with like the smallest drawback of all time. Not good. Or not bad. Not bad. God. My bad. Card Sharp better than Duo. I agree. I'm not ranking them within tiers because I would be here literally all night. I'm already a yapper. The stream by the end is going to be 80 hours long. Yeah, pretty much. Even with straight builds, it's doable with good deck fixing. It's doable, but it's not as consistent, right? Excuse me. Sharp shits itself to Eye and Needle. That is also true. Anyway. Red card, I think, is also A tier. Red card's very fire. Pretty much the only time that you're not going to get a red card to like +40 or +50 by the end of the game is if you take it as like a first pick and then just are really bad at managing your econ. A lot of people don't like it because you're going to be skipping packs. But what a lot of people don't realize, I think, is there's a very fair amount of packs in the game that you're just going to be skipping anyway, right? So a lot of people see it as like kind of a crappy investment of like, oh, I have to open a pack just to skip it to scale red card. I would say a solid third of any of the packs that you open in a given run, on any run, you could be fine skipping. A solid third of the packs you would be completely fine skipping, even if you didn't have a red card. And if you have a red card, that's just a free +3 mult. It's I really like it. It's very consistent. You need econ for it, but you need econ for gold stake, so that's a very low bar to fulfill. Overall, just very, very consistent. Choose when to skip by would I rather have +3 mult or something in this pack? Yeah, exactly. In a mega pack, can you pick one and then skip for red card? Yes, you can. Also, welcome in New Zealander in YouTube chat. I don't know how long you've been here, because YouTube chat has been, or Twitch chat has been blowing me up. You can take red card later than the other 3 scalars, maybe even in like Ante 3. Yeah, that's also definitely something to be considered, is you can take red card earlier than a lot of the, or later than a lot of the other stuff. It's better to take red card later. Is it? Yeah, probably, because then you have your econ. Red card is S. I think red card is not S just because not every build is going to need scaling mult, right? I guess red card does, in theory, fit into every build, but not every build is going to care about scaling mult. No? I guess when you find it, it is kind of an auto win, though. Maybe it is S. I don't know. Decent for early game scaling. It's pretty good, honestly. Just popped in. Gotcha. Red card in Ante 2 to 3 is probably better than Ante 1. Oh, almost assuredly, because you want econ. I'll keep it in A. I think there's an argument for S, but I'm going to keep it in A. Madness. Now, Madness. If you asked me when I first started running Gold Stake, where I would rank Madness, I would make a tier above everything in the game for Madness, because obviously Madness is just free X-Mult scaling, and it's really good X-Mult scaling as long as you have the majority of your builds being eternal or all of your builds being eternal, which in Gold Stake is not that, like, tall of an order, so to speak. That being said, I think Speculative Madness always kills runs. The more that I have played Gold Stake and the more times that I have taken Speculative Madness, like, I would say over 50% of Speculative Madness runs die, which is why I don't like it. I think I would still put Madness at above average, but I don't think I put it any higher than B. Because there are a lot of runs where, like, if you don't already have an Eternal lineup or, like, a majorly Eternal lineup and then you take Madness, you're cooked. If your shops just, like, shit on you. I don't like Madness for Gold Stake as much as I used to. I think it's still very good, but it's not as good as some of the other more consistent options. You just got to count score, buddy. I don't know, man. If Madness appears at shop 1 or 2, it's a free win. I used to agree with that take, but I kind of disagree now. Because there's always a chance that, like, you're just left playing Madness Jokerless, which, like, Madness Jokerless is cool if you have planet levels. It's very fun if you have planet levels, but, like, if you take Madness early, you're just dying if you don't find Eternals. I don't know. Probably a skill issue, but I don't love Madness. Often people put jokers in order of the own rank to show if a joker is better than another in its rank. You could try changing the order at some places. I'm not ranking them within tiers because we would be here actually all night. Even if you don't find decent Eternals, it only kills 1 per blind. I mean, I guess. Even so. Squimbo. Is Squimbo B tier or A tier? Would I say Squimbo is game warping? Not any more than, like, Runner or Blue Joker. I think Squimbo is very, very consistent on the types of builds that are meta in Gold Stake, but would I say Squimbo is A? Would I put it on top at the same... you know what? I would put it in the same caliber as, like, Supernova. Yeah, I could put Squimbo in A. If I see a Squimbo in the shop and I already have a scaling Mult Joker, I'm taking it and I'm always pivoting pairs. So honestly, I could see this being an A tier. Very consistent to scale. Doesn't work with halvesies, but that is like literally the only drawback. Usually, whether you cycle 4 cards for a hand or 5 cards for a hand, unless you're like maybe if you're playing Squimbo Bus, you're like this much sad because you can't cycle as many face cards out of your hand. But other than that, Squimbo is like perfectly fine. It's really good, really good. You pigeon hold your ass on pair. Hello? Getting Squimbo with Grimbo is mostly an auto win. Yeah, pretty much. Seance. Seance is a Joker that I really want to put in D. I desperately want to put Seance in D tier. Because I like spectral cards are good, and Seance with a suit changer, you can just exchange it for a spectral card. But then I have to ask myself, when was the last time I picked up Seance in Gold Stake? And it was probably one time for the gold sticker, and then never after that. Straight flushes are just like a once in a blue moon occurrence, and getting a straight flush with Seance in your Joker lineup is like even rarer of an occurrence. I would honestly be fine with Seance going into F. I think the reward that it gets you is pretty damn good, but it is like you're never using Seance in the average build. I don't know. In multiplayer, you get to lose a round 4 times, so Seance is pretty usable. Yeah, absolutely. In multiplayer, Seance is like actually pretty damn good. But in Gold Stake, far too niche for what it is, in my opinion. He's a rarer and shittier 6th Sense. Yeah, kinda. Anyway. You take Seance for the addition from a Buffoon pack. Of course, this is where I come in. I'm sorry, Ginger. I'm sorry. It had to be said. It had to be said. I'm so sorry, man. Welcome in, though. In multiplayer, Idol is good. That shows what multiplayer is. Yeah, kinda. Okay, Riff Raff. I don't think Riff Raff is auto win. Unless you're on Black Deck. If this was a Black Deck Gold Stake tier list, I would be putting Riff Raff in S. As it stands, just across all decks, I think Riff Raff is A. Riff Raff is very strong, but I think you can still lose with Riff Raff in your lineup, right? It's mega polarizing, anti 1 to 3. It's high A. Yeah, I think it's like incredible. But I don't think it's like you take Riff Raff and just all of your problems are solved. Past anti 4, Riff Raff is C or lower. I would keep it in B tier if we're talking about like, you know, it's obviously A to S in early game. Mid game, late game, I would still probably put it in like B. Well, I guess all of your Joker slots are going to be filled. I digress. It's A. I feel like that's fairly reasonable. Vamp. I think Vamp is A. Not the auto win that like Constellation and Chalkboard is. But still a fairly consistent Joker to get scaling out of. You can pretty easily just like toss like mult and bonus cards to this to get it up to ×2. I don't think it's ever like, even playing pairs where you're only scaling it like twice per hand, it's still pretty easy to scale, all things considered. I think Vamp is like a completely fine X-Mult Joker. Is it maybe better than Card Sharp? No, but I don't think it's B tier either. I think Vamp is very consistent. It's very like inoffensive, I guess. Anyway, Shortcut. Okay, this is where I'm gonna lose some people, but I don't care. Shortcut is A, bare minimum. Shortcut is A, bare minimum. Shortcut just allows you to play Painted Deck on any other deck, man. Shortcut makes straights. Again, just strictly based off of vibes. I don't know the statistics of it, but I've used Shortcut many a time in Gold Stake. Shortcut makes straights about as likely to draw as 2 pair. Imagine your Mercury was 30 plus 3. Yeah, exactly what Bacon said. I think it's B tier, actually. Shortcut is definitely A, dude. Shortcut is definitely A, purely based off of what Bacon just said in chat. I don't think it makes straights as consistent as pairs, but I think it makes them as consistent as 2 pairs. Like, you still have to discard in order to get a straight in your hand, but you're going to be reliably drawing straights for like every hand that you play. And when your planet card for the hand that you're playing is plus 30, plus 3, that's double the chips of pairs and triple the mult. So impactful. I would happily trade a Joker slot for the ability to make my Mercury cards into Saturn cards. He's so good. Shortcut is A. I'm not listening to chat. Shortcut is B or C. It's X mult for straights. It's just scaling. It's like scaling mult in disguise, right? It's scaling plus mult in disguise because it makes your straights super consistent, and then you can just trade shortcut. Because like straights don't need scaling plus mult, like in the mid to late game. They don't need it in the mid to late game. So you're just trading shortcut for like a Grimbo, and then your actual mult is coming from Saturn cards. I'm not moving on it being A at all. Shortcut is debatably the most slept on Joker in this entire game, purely because Saturn cards are so good. I would happily, in pair builds, trade a Joker slot for Mercury cards being plus 30 chips. So good. So good. That's why I put Four Fingers in average, because it's a worse shortcut. Four Fingers is like not even close to what shortcut is, which is why I have it in F. Four Fingers is like barely impactful. Shortcut is or I think I said, I don't remember if I said shortcut or Four Fingers. Four Fingers is barely impactful. Four Fingers almost never matters. Shortcut is the definition of game warping. It's very good. I hate Four Fingers so much. It's not good, man. If you find a green Joker, same story. Huh? It's plus mult scaling and it's common. Dude, it's still... I'm not moving on this. I know chat is pissed. I don't care. Shortcut is slept on. That just is what it is, dude. Just is what it is. Okay, hologram. Immediately moving on. Hologram is S tier. Hologram... If you find hologram, especially so if you're on a pair build, but even just on like pretty much any build, hologram scales like so quickly. There's Jokers that turn it on for free, but like even if you're just ripping standard packs and just taking like nonsense, hologram is nasty. It scales so fast. Dare I say the fastest scaling Joker in the game. That's probably dependent on seed. That's probably dependent on Joker lineup for the vast majority of seeds, but hologram is so good. Would you guys rather have hologram or constellation? Hologram. It's not close. And that's not a dig on constellation. That's just how strong hologram is. Hologram is broken, dude. So good. Hologram might be the best X-Mult scaling Joker in the game, minus legendaries. Fastest scaling Joker is Campfire. That is true. That is true. That's my bad. So fastest scaling uncommon then, I guess. Fastest scaling in Joker in the game, Obelisk. Okay, that's also true. Fits in most builds, but it punishes three of a kind plus fixing. I would say marginally, though. Because normally, like, very, very seldom are you taking just, like, dog shit from a standard pack. Usually you're taking at least, like, some kind of seal. Or even, like, an enhanced card. It's like, if you're building, I don't know. It's a little impactful for deck fixing, but I think usually you're getting enough... The X-Mult is, like, already worth it, and you're getting some value out of it, where I think that doesn't matter. Hologram Synergy is the most fun. Hologram Synergy is really funny as well. Like, Hologram is a great balance of fun and just, like, strong. Speaking of S-tier Jokers, Vagabond's nasty. I know it's going to piss off a lot of people as well, because a lot of people don't like playing it at, like, $0, which is the ideal for Vagabond. But, dude, tarot. I've been saying this whole time, tarot cards are so good, and Vagabond gives you a tarot card per hand. Vagabond is disgusting amounts of value. Like, one of the best econ Jokers in the game. It's so good. Slightly biased because multiplayer, but still S? No, it's so good, man. No bias to Vagabond Balala? No, none absolutely. You're never broke with Vagabond. He's a lie. You're usually rich with him. That's what I'm saying. Like people not liking Vagabond just don't realize that the tarot cards that you get with it the tarot cards that you get with it just make it so that you're not broke. You're only broke when you go into the blind. Like, we literally played our plasma deck run last night. We had a Vagabond. We would go into the blind with $0 and come out with like 28 for the shop, plus a Hermit card. Like, you're not broke on Vagabond. You're broke for the very beginning, but it's like completely fine. Vagabond green deck is just evil. Okay, I see that take a lot. And Vagabond Campfire, I don't like either of those synergies, to be fair. They're still incredible because of how broken Vagabond is, but Vagabond green deck is like the same as any other deck because you're sacrificing all of your econ on green deck minus jokers and minus what Vagabond gives you is coming from hands, right? So like I don't know. I feel like Vagabond to green deck being synergistic is like kind of counterintuitive. Same thing with a Vagabond Campfire. A lot of people say Vagabond Campfire is good because if you sell shit, the Campfire goes up and then Vagabond is producing shit. But like, how many times are you able to sell things with Vagabond before you just can't get tarot cards out of it? Oh god, he's gonna put Baron in F? Yeah, that spoiler alert, chat. Spoiler alert, chat. Okay, anyway. Yeah, that chatter is correct, Mundo. Baron's going in F. Baron is a lot akin to Idol, which, spoiler alert, is also going to be put in F. I'm just going to rank Idol right now. These are both F tier cards. These are both debatably the most polarizing endless game builds in the entire game, but they are like, for Gold Stake specifically, they are the biggest noob bait of all time because of the deck fixing that they require. You are never going to be able to... You're never going to be able to have a Baron build or a Idol build pan out unless you are going endless in Gold Stake and have like a broken seed already. Like, unless you literally already have like a blueprint or some shit like that, you are never getting Baron or Idol to work in Gold Stake, ever. Just because the amount of deck fixing that they take to turn on is just like so immense to where they're not worth it. Baron and Misprint tier. Honestly, I'll put Baron in Misprint tier. I'll put Idol there as well. Idol I'm less familiar with, so I'm gonna... No, Idol's still just as bad. These Baron and Idol are like horrible noob bait in Gold Stake. They're so bad. I'll put them down there. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't mind that. Baron builds can exist because of Shoot the Moon. I still think that Baron would line up for F tier then because of it being too niche. Idol is just worse photo? Yeah, pretty much. It's criminal to have Baron or Idol with Splash. Yeah, I feel like putting him in Misprint tier is completely fine. Baron is just a shiny Misprint. Got it. It is horrible noob bait in Gold Stake, and I know a lot of people who watch this YouTube video and get this far in the YouTube video are going to be angrily writing comments, but dude, every Baron that you take, unless you get the most blessed, sent directly from the Guardian Angels of Heaven seed imaginable, every Baron and every Idol build especially is just going to die. You're going to get too greedy, you're going to not top deck one of the kings that you need, and then you're just going to shit the bed, and you're going to lose. It's not going to go well. It's not going to go well. My only successful Baron run was with Vagabond and Blueprint on Anaglyph with a rare skip. Double Taros per hand gave me the deck fixing needed. See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. All of those commenters will have left when you put DNA in D. That's fair. That does fair. Idol still sucks unless it's like 20 of the exact same card. Yeah, that's very true. Baron with some fat stack of kings is okay at least. Yeah. I'd rather just have steal cards than deck fix for Baron and waste a slot. Yeah, that's precisely it, right? He's just, like, obviously in endgame, he's like the easiest build to Naninf with of all time, whether you're doing the Ghost deck per KO route or the Plasma deck route. He's the easiest Naninf build ever. But, like, this is a Gold Stake tier list. In Gold Stake, he's ass cheeks. He is terrible. He is terrible. Anyway, Cloud9. Cloud9 is at base value. At absolute base value, barring erratic decks that screw you over, is a Golden Joker that costs $1 more, which I think is completely fine because Golden Joker is already like above average. I would probably put Cloud9 at above average. You could make the argument with it being A, but I've never had a run where I've fixed 9s for Cloud 9. I don't think that would just... I don't think that would end up being worth it unless, like, everything fell into place. But, like, Cloud 9's literally fine. It's a really good Joker. Cloud 9 is both underrated and overrated IMO. That's fair. I feel like it's more C than golden. I disagree. I think $4 a round is still, like, very good. The only caveat with Cloud 9, again, unless you're playing erratic deck, is that it costs another $1, which, like, I would pay $7 for a gold Joker 9 times out of 10. I think it's completely fine. Rocket. Chat, am I crazy for putting Rocket in A? Rocket's really weird, because if you get it late game, it's absolute shite. But, like, Rocket early is just so much econ. Rocket is really good. Cloud 9 is uncommon. Yeah, that's also true. I'm going to put Rocket in A. Probably I'm going to get some backlash for that, but I think Rocket is really good. I think especially if you get it early. Like, if you get it anti-4, anti-5, you're probably not caring about it. But the same could be said about pretty much everything that's in A tier right now. So I'm fine with putting Rocket in A tier. If you get it early, the post-round cash out that you're going to be getting with Rocket is going to be immense. You're going to be getting so much money with Rocket. Even if you get it like anti-3, if you carry it to the end of the game, you're going to be getting so much money on Rocket. I really love Rocket. I think it's not slept on, just like nobody talks about it. I feel like everybody, whenever I've asked anyone if they like Rocket, they're like, yeah, Rocket is really good. But like nobody talks about it. It's a very, very inoffensive Joker yet again. Everything in A being meh when you get it mid-game just makes sense, since Gold Stake is literally early-game dependent. That's fair. Had a ghost deck anti-1 Rocket into an immediate Onk was fun as hell. That sounds like a huge, huge run. That's awesome. Rental Rocket is so funny and still worth. Yeah, Rental Rocket is still, like, really good value. I like Rental Rocket. Obelisk. This is, again, where I'm going to lose lots of people. I think the majority of the tier lists that I see on YouTube are from, like, a year ago. Like, when the 1.01, the 1.0.1 or whatever patch we're on right now. The majority of tier lists that I see for Balatro are, like, from pretty early in Balatro's history. I feel like now people have had more time to be exposed to the fact that Obelisk is good. But it's still a very polarizing Joker. I know I'm going to piss people off when I rate Obelisk where I do, but Obelisk is A. It only dodges S because it is difficult to use. Just going to say that, because Obelisk is, like, debatably the fastest scaling in the game. It only dodges S because it's unintuitive. But if you know how to use Obelisk correctly, Obelisk is so good. Obelisk is a skill check, 100%. 100%. Obelisk is a skill check. I don't even know if it's a skill check. No, it's definitely a skill check. If you don't like Obelisk, it's probably because you don't know how to use it. I'm just gonna keep it a stack. Step 1, play 15 flushes or pairs. Step 2, play high cards. I was just gonna say, Amphi, step 2 is not even necessarily play high cards. Step 2 is literally just whatever you top deck, throw it on the table. Whatever you top deck, toss it on the table. You're gonna be getting mucho points, just because that's the nature of Obelisk. It only dodges S because I think it scales at a better rate than Constellation, and I think in the majority of runs it can scale at a similar rate to Hologram. But there are times where you're going to run into it and you just can't play it because you don't have the planet levels. You would just die if you take it. And also it is like a very large skill check. Like it's hard to play into, but when you play into it, it's like damn near a lobotomy Joker. It's damn near like you just spam and win. Obelisk being good requires that your chips are not tied to planet levels. That's true. But also on Obelisk runs, I treat it as a Constellation run if I have the econ for it. On Obelisk runs, I think it is absolutely acceptable to just take every planet card that you see in the shop. Because more than likely on an Obelisk run, you're going to be scoring stuff like Full House and like Straight and stuff like that you normally wouldn't score. So like normally I just treat it like Constellation, where like, ooh, 4 of a kind level, gimme. Ooh, Full House level, gimme. Just to have the chips. Do you think Obelisk is better than Card Sharp? It's better than Card Sharp, but it's not more intuitive than Card Sharp, nor is it more consistent than Card Sharp. So, I mean, that's just my take right there. I've made Obelisk work with Stuntman. It was very funny. Dude, that's huge. Obelisk Stuntman is like the build of all time, man. Obelisk runs are fun. I agree. I agree. Midas. I almost want to put Midas in F. Or in F? God, in S. That was the biggest misspeak, perhaps, of all time. I'm not going to put it in S, but I am going to put it in A. I think Midas is really good, especially early game. Midas is like one of the best econ jokers in the entire game. Midas, you literally just take it for a singular ante, make like 10 of your face cards gold, sell it. And then it frees its Joker slot almost instantaneously in the grand scheme of the run, and you just have like all the value in the world from it. Midas is not F. Yeah. That was the biggest misspeak of all time. Somebody in YouTube chat said 500 gold cards. That's literally it. Midas probably carried my Nanan run. Yeah, Midas is insane value. Midas Vamp is great, but I'd argue Vagabond Vamp is even better. I would say they're about equivalent. Vagabond gives you more tarot cards, but Midas gives you the scaling for free, so you can put your econ in other places. But Vagabond is just like so good that they're kind of on the same. They're like equal footing. But yeah, Midas is like very good, specifically because you can just it's like gift card where you just buy it, you get its value for like an ante or two, and then you just sell it. You get the Joker slot. You get to keep its value. Very good. Luchador. Gonna put him in D tier. I want to put him in F because I almost never take Luchador, but there is that one run every once in a while where you find a ante-7 wall that would normally just beat the shit out of you and take your lunch money, and that little Luchador pops up in the shop, and you can practically see him glow with the heavenly light that surrounds him because it's like the only answer to the boss blind. But like obviously you're not taking Luchador in any other context, right? He's not like game breaking or anything. 50x rerolls looking for Luchador. Yeah, exactly. I love Lucha because it guarantees I win against Violet Vessel or Crimson Heart. I think the only like finisher boss that I'm consistently scared of is Violet. I don't know. I'm never mad at Luchador. I'm never mad at it either, but like 99% of the time it is a dead slot in the shop, right? But that one time that he isn't is like kind of disgusting. So it's on like the same line as Paradolia, where 90% of runs Paradolia is just absolute doo-doo ass, but the one run where it's not, it really like pays dividends. I think it's the same thing. Photo! This is where I'm going to lose probably everybody in the stream. This is where I'm going to see my viewer count on Twitch drop from 43 to about 7. Photo's D. Photo sucks. You guys need to open your eyes, okay, to the fact that Photo is this bad. Photo without Hanging Chad being in the game is borderline unusable. Photo is terrible. It is a singular conditional glass card at the cost of a Joker slot. Now, obviously, Photo Chad is like one of the most consistent combos in the game. No, you will get me complaining about Photo Chad precisely 0% of the time. Photo on its own, ass. Not good. Not good. Needs retriggers to do anything. And everybody in my chat just exclamation mark vanished. Photo is a reusable glass card. If you're running straights, it's acceptable to me. That is a very niche scenario for a very niche build. I would still put it in D. I was about to say hot take, Photo is kind of mid without any retriggers, but you went even further. Damn. Yeah. Photo is unironically in the same vein as 8-Ball for me. 8-Ball without any retriggers is doo-doo ass, and the same thing with Photo. But with retriggers, they get infinitely better. Like, if this was a tier list based on where I would rank every Joker with Chad already in my lineup, Photo would be A, bare minimum. Photo Chad is an A tier combo, bare minimum. Even if you're playing some dumb shit like High Card that gets no base mult from the planet, it's still like A tier bare minimum. But Photo in isolation, cheeks. Not good early game. Early game, the most that it's getting you is ×4. Not good late game unless you have Chad at all, because it acts just as a glass card. Not good. You guys need to open your eyes. Photo is the worst part of the Photo Chad combo, and it is not close. Garbage card. I'm tired of people acting like Photo is disgusting. Not good, man. Love this take, Shock. Thank you. See, I disagree because I only play multiplayer. See, that's like... This could be said about so many jokers, right? Like Loyalty Card is the biggest example. Loyalty Card being at F tier, if this was a multiplayer tier list, would make no sense. Photo and multiplayer, if you're skipping a photo in multiplayer, what are you doing? If you're skipping a photo in multiplayer, what are you doing? If you're skipping a photo in Gold Stake, you probably know what you're doing. I'm not gonna lie, unless you have Chad, in which case like same deal, but like still. Photo worse than Idol? Photo's not worse than Idol. You lost me. You lost me. Photo is not worse than Idol by any stretch of the imagination, but Photo is really bad. Gift card. Again, I literally said it when we were talking about Midas. Same vein as Midas. You get its gift card is maybe B tier, but I think it's still like pretty damn good. It's not as tangible as Midas, because pretty much the only thing that you're getting from gift card outside of like the extra sell value for maybe pivoting out of certain jokers, like the biggest pull from gift card is temperance value to me. But gift card does give you the advantage of you hold it for like 4 or 5 rounds, you boost your temperance value by like $20. Sell that, John. You get the free joker slot, and for the rest of the game your temperance value is insane. I think gift card is very slept on for Gold Stake. Very good. S tier for $50 temperance alone. Okay, but like when are you... I don't know. I disagree with S, because when are you ever having a slot for gift card for like... For $50 temperance value, you would need to be holding gift card for like actually... I'm not going to do the math off the top of my head because I'm stupid, but it's more than 10 blinds. When are you ever holding gift card for that amount of time? Like, you're always rotating out of gift card, ideally. So it's not S tier. Gift card is B tier. I could see B tier. I'm going to keep it at A. I could see B. But gift card is very cool. I think Spaceman is too low. I could maybe see rotating Spaceman to A. I think he's fine at B, though. You know what? Spaceman is kind of a misprint. He gets B just because he pisses me off. But you could argue that he's A on power level. It's great with Swashbuckler. It's a better egg. Yeah, it is just strictly better egg. Not strictly better, obviously, but it is just better egg in the vast majority of builds. Bean. Yet another Mime type thing for me, so I'm going to put it in the same tier as Mime. I never have open slots for Bean, ever. I very seldom do I have open slots for Bean. But when I do have an open slot for Bean, and when I take Bean, Bean puts in some work, man. Like, it's again a Mime thing in Gold Stake where like 1 out of every probably 20 runs that I see Bean, I take it. But that 1 in 20 run where I take Bean, he is giving immense value. He is working overtime, and he is not asking for time and a half, dude. He's pretty good. He's pretty good. Put Turtle Bean in S for Bean. Yeah, I guess I could put him in his own tier, because this tier list probably I would have forgotten to do. If it wasn't for Bean making a tier list, but I'm not going to do that because that would be confusing. But shout out Turtle Bean on YouTube and Twitch. Bean is the GOAT. He pops in chat every once in a while. Love that, dude. Chat, I just collected all Jokers after so long. GG's, that's huge. Put Spaceman in Misprint tier. No. Will Bloodstone be an S or Misprint tier? Neither. Wouldn't put Rocket or Gift in Game Warping. And maybe not Gift in Game Warping, but Rocket I would put in Game Warping. I'm going to keep Gift Card in A tier, but I could see you being able to move it down. Erosion. Okay, so this is yet again where I'm going to lose some people. And I talked about... Erosion was a major talking point in my what I want to see changed in the new Balatro update video. Erosion is a good Joker in a vacuum. It's a very good scaling Joker in a vacuum, but I just, like, never take it. Like, ever. Because, like, literally, one of the worst mult scalers, I really don't like Erosion. I think it's definitely a C tier, and it might be the only C tier mult scaler. In theory, it's really good because you want to be fixing cards, and then you also get, like, scaling plus mult for fixing cards, which is just benefit on top of benefit. But, like, in the early game, you're always taking it speculatively because it's difficult to scale, and you can't predict when you're going to scale it because the only ways to scale it are, like, Sixth Sense and Trading Card and stuff of the like, and Hanged Man and Glass and shit like that. So, like, it's always speculative if you take it in the early game. And in the late game, you like, I feel like I always have something better than it. Like, in the late game, where it would be maybe, like, 50 to 60 mult, I'm committed to my build. And it's not, like, it's either not any better or it's, like, marginally better than what I'm running. So, like, I don't know. I don't like Erosion. I'm putting it in C tier. A good Joker in theory, but it's just so difficult to use. Like, Erosion is yet another Joker where, like, I don't remember the last time I took it. If Erosion was nerfed to +3 but changed to be retroactive, it would be much better. It is retroactive. Hello? Not counting cards added back into the deck. Oh, so you're saying if it was +3, but whenever you destroy a card rather than each card under 52? I could see that being a decent change. I feel like that would be kind of, like, too good, though, no? I don't know. I think that's still worse. I don't think it's worse. I think it's pretty hard to make Erosion worse than it currently is. But, I don't know. The tough part is removing cards, yeah. Do you think under 52 rather than under deck size would be a good buff for Erosion? No, because that only buffs it for Abandoned. How funny would it be if Erosion gives negative mult for extra cards? That would suck. Maybe if Erosion is for every card you have destroyed, so Campfire Erosion build? Nah, I don't love that. Not gonna lie. Somebody said just tuned in. Is Photo in D just because of its dependency on Chad's sock? Yes, absolutely. Anyway, reserved parking. This is again one where I'm gonna lose some people. I think reserved is, I really want to put it in C. I don't think I can, but I don't like reserved parking, and that's the reserved parking. Me putting it in B is just like, or me wanting to put it in C. I think it's fair at B. Me wanting to put it in C is just because I'm an idiot and I don't feel like I utilize it very well. I feel like reserved parking is like one of the harder econ jokers to consistently get value out of. Even if you're playing like high card or some stuff like that, I think it's just like kind of difficult to get value out of in terms of like the other, or in comparison to like some of the other econ jokers. It's not bad at all. You can still get a lot of money out of it, but I just don't, I don't know. I don't love parking. Love reserve parking because I go for Shoot the Moon Baron so often, but it's probably better white stake than gold. It's definitely better white stake than gold. Should reserve parking be changed to $2? No, because then it's just way better business card, is it not? I think reserved is where it's at. I don't think it needs any rebalance. Excuse me. I sometimes pivot from reserved parking into 4 of a kind in a similar way to Cloud9, but it's not great. I don't think it's like that good. Parking has to be low because cards can be held over multiple hands. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I think it's... I'll put it in B. It gives you a lot of money. I think it's just unintuitive. It is a little bit of a skill check, and I feel like I fail it a lot of the time. I still get money out of it, but I feel like I don't get as much as I potentially could. Anyway. Rebate, S tier. The best econ joker in the game, and it's not close. For gold stake, there's one better for white stake, in my opinion. We'll get there. If Bacon's in chat, he knows what it is, because it's the thing that he obsesses over. But for gold stake specifically, rebate is S. Insane amount of money for, like, actually no work whatsoever. And if you're deck fixing towards a specific rank at all, Mail-in works in the same way as Idol. So, like, it's less punishing if it hits something other than... If you have, like, 7 kings and 4 of every other rank in your deck, it's less punishing than Idol if it hits anything else, because it only cares about the rank, so you're still getting, like, 10, 15 bucks if it whiffs on kings. But if it hits those 7 kings, then you're just getting, like, a bunch of value. You're getting rewarded for better deck fixing. It's just so good. And $5 per discarded rank is disgusting. It's so good. Why are you suspending the White Stake Econ Joker to get people to watch the rest of the video? Does rebate need to be nerfed? I think so. I think it should. I think it's in a similar vein to Chad, where it either needs a direct buff to stats, or it needs to be pushed to uncommon for balancing. Obviously, it's fun to use, but for balancing purposes, rebate is like disgusting value. Anyway. Shock, do you think Hit the Road would be better if instead of 0.5 it was 0.01 and it didn't reset? No, debatably worse. 0.01 per jack? Not even debatably worse, strictly worse. Not strictly, obviously. I'm using strictly wrong, but it would definitely be worse if it was 0.01 scaling and didn't reset. And that's saying something, because Shit the Road is not good. It was $3 and got buffed, though. I would say split the difference then. If Mail-In is, like, way too good right now. And especially after the Blue Stake rework. Where we are assumedly going to get our discard back. I think it'll be, like, super easy to get $15 of Mail-In value every single blind, which would be broken. Rebate should go down to $3. I think 4 would be fine. I think probably putting it back at 3 would be better. But if people are pissed because it was 3 and it got buffed, I think 4 is fine. Maybe Satellite and Mail-In can change rarities. I would be okay with that. I would be super okay with that. To the Moon. I think To the Moon's kind of bad. I don't know. I'm going to put him in C. It's $5 if you're at interest cap, and we're ranking these in a gold stake context, so if you're playing gold stake, you should be at interest cap, but, like, $5 is not a lot. Now, it has the caveat of if you have seed money, it becomes $10, and then it's actually, I would say, an above-average econ joker, and especially if you have Money Tree, which if you have Money Tree and gold stake, you're probably already chilling. But Money Tree To the Moon is $20, which is insane value, but on the average run where you're not going to be rocking seed money and this is just going to be adding $5 to your bank account every blind, it's not terrible, but it's not, like, broken or anything. It's very, very mid. Very mid. I don't know. Maybe I should put it in B. I feel like if Cloud9 is in B, I got to put it in B, but it doesn't... I don't know. Like, $5 a blind is not bad, but for some reason, Cloud9's 4 feels better than To the Moon's 5. I don't know why that is, but it just does in my head. I don't know. Less limitation? Yeah, I guess. Cloud9 works in Ante 1. That's kind of what I'm getting at, Bacon, is like To the Moon sucks in the early game. Like ideally mid to late game you should be getting $5 of interest every blind, but also mid to late game, I feel like you'd never have Gold Joker unless you're like trying to gold sticker it. I don't know. Cloud9 is better when you're trying to produce econ from nothing. I'm putting To the Moon back in C just based on vibes. I don't like it. It's hard to take. I don't know. No, I'll put it in B because of the niche with seed money. I just don't like it, man. I really want to put it in C, but I think that's unfair. I just don't like To the Moon that much. I think both are C. I don't think... Yeah, I don't think Cloud9 is C, and if Cloud9 is not C, then To the Moon is definitely not C. I don't know. Also, that was like relatively close to a term that could get me banned on YouTube and Twitch, so YouTube and Twitch bots that are moderating the video, please don't like take my shit down. I'm sorry. Anyway. Hallucination. I think it's A. Hallucination's really good. You're going to be opening... Hallucination is a lot along the lines of Red Card, where you're going to be opening packs anyway, and Hallucination doesn't even need you to skip the pack to get value off of it, and if you're ripping packs anyway, getting tarot cards from ripping the packs is just, like, really good value. I think Hallucination is very good. On average, 1 tarot per pack, and the tarot is usable in shop, unlike Cardo. I don't know. I love Hallucination, but for some reason I never pick it up. I would say pick it up more. How much money do I need to donate for you to take Misprint out of Misprint tier? You could donate $1,000 and I would not take it out of Misprint tier. I hate Misprint. If you donated 1,000, I would put it in F. That's the highest I'm willing to go on Misprint. Anyway, yeah, hallucination's very inoffensive. It rewards you for something that you're going to be doing anyway, and the reward is very big. Again, tarot cards kind of broken, kind of slept on. Very good, very good. Fortune Teller is in a really weird spot for me. I think it clutches up in a lot of runs where other scaling mult is not as consistent. But like, it's just not good in the majority of runs. Also, why is this motherfucker $6 in the shop? Can somebody explain this to me? Why is Fortune Teller $6? Can we have this talk, actually, now that I'm on this high horse? He's getting C tier just because of that. Why is Fortune Teller $6? It's the erosion argument because it's retroactive? Who cares? You're talking about erosion right now. Yeah, Fortune Teller should be $4. I feel like Fortune Teller being $4 literally doesn't make it, like, any better than Grimbo or any of the other, like, plus mult scalers that are in A tier. I feel like Fortune Teller could be $4 in the shop and it would still be getting B tier on this list, absolute maximum. But Fortune Teller being $6, that's like the biggest that's like the biggest problem that I have with it. Fortune Teller being $6 is so stupid. He's getting bottom of C just because he's $6. If he was 4, I would consider putting him in B. But $6 Fortune Teller is so dumb. Retroactive ones are vulnerable to perishable. Can this? Oh yeah, it can be perishable too. Wow, Fortune Teller's so much ass, man. Is Fortune Teller not common? Fortune Teller is common. It has its synergies, but like it's just rare. It being retroactive also doesn't matter for the same reason as erosion, like All in Vain said. Because if you take it in the early game, it's doing actually jack shit, and if you take it in the late game, it's either not doing as much or you already are like locked in. It's just not good. There are runs where I've used it and it works. There are runs where it can definitely do its thing, but on average, it's just not good. Even as a plus mult scaler, which I like, it's kind of wild that 2 plus mult scalers are in C, but I feel like that's very fair. They're just both so mid. Juggler. I don't know where to put Juggler, honestly. I don't take Juggler, like, at all in Gold Stake. I had Vagabond. There was a YouTube poll, like one of those that I was talking about earlier. There was a YouTube poll that I made where Vagabond, Balatro, shout out to him, told me not to sleep on Juggler because I just wrote it off when I did, like, my little summary of the poll. But I just, like, I've never taken Juggler in Gold Stake. It's like not, I don't know. I feel like it's not good. You gotta understand that there's no good plus mult scaler except for red card and pants. Now you're starting to get it, Shock. All in Vain, I swear to Christ, man. +1 hand size is so good for straight builds and steals and golds. I can see the steals and golds argument, but like, why are you... is Juggler really worth the Joker slot if you're playing straights? I feel like not. I mean, I kind of can't talk on it because I feel like I'd never pick this up, but like, I feel like it's not worth. I'll put him in C. Chat's telling me to put him in C. This is going to be like the one time where I'll lean on chat as a crutch because I just genuinely don't know where to put this guy. I never take him. I feel like he's so hard to get. Like, +1 hand size, I feel like, is just on the cusp of being like something really good, but also on the cusp of like not mattering. I don't know. Juggler is an endgame Joker in multiplayer. I don't know about vanilla Gold Stake. Yeah, I know Juggler is much better in multiplayer. I don't know. I'll put him in C for Gold Stake. I feel like that's even high for Gold Stake, but chat's saying C, and I have like no experience with Juggler. Drunkard, I do want to put above Juggler though, specifically because there are a lot of discard effects that Drunkard synergizes with early game that make discards very valuable. Like +1 rebate hit, +1 purple seal opportunity, +1 faceless Joker hit. I think Drunkard is... You're probably not keeping him as like... You're probably not building around Drunkard, but Drunkard works very well as like a quasi-econ Joker for situations like that, and I think it's enough to put him in B tier. even just getting the extra discard back, if you have an extra Joker slot, it just never feels bad, right? I don't mind Drunkard whatsoever. Drunkard is a fine choice, that's what I'm saying. Hand size is similar to more discards. It's similar, but it's not like, I don't know, not enough to matter to me. Stone Joker, F tier. Scaling chip jokers are good. This just fails at like everything that a scaling chip joker wants to be, because this wants you to just add rocks into your deck. First off, if I'm adding rocks into my deck, why do I need a scaling chips joker? Because rocks kind of are the scaling chips if I'm adding more and more of them into my deck. But also, like, how many rocks am I adding for this to be worth? Probably if I'm building around Stone Joker, I'm adding like 8 rocks into my deck to get this to a plus 200. Like, when am I ever needing 8 rocks in my deck for a Stone Joker? Stone Joker's just so... He's just, like, when would you ever take this besides on Plasma? Obviously, yeah, people are saying might be good in Plasma. It's obviously good in Plasma, but, like, outside of Plasma, why are you ever taking this Joker? I don't think it's... I can't even see a niche for Stone Joker. I feel like Stone Joker is more so the unusable part than the 2 niche part of F tier. I don't know. It's only good on that challenge with Marble. You'd want Marble over Stone Joker IMO? I just wouldn't want either. I think I would take Stone Joker over Marble Joker if I'm keeping it a stack. But, like, Stone Joker's just... It's just counterintuitive. Your reward for adding big chip cards into the deck is more chips. Like, when am I ever going to need more chips if my deck is a shitload of rocks? It's just kind of stupid. I don't know. Gold Joker is B, I think. If Cloud9 is B and if To the Moon is B, I think Gold Joker is B. Just a very respectable $4 every blind. Only ends up costing $3. Not bad. Very, very inoffensive. Not not the greatest value generator, but still like a solid econ joker, and I think a solid W voice crack. I think a solid econ joker is an above average joker, like in general. Gold Joker all reliable, yeah, very much so. Rental Gold Joker, I mean Rental Gold Joker is bad, but so is like, I mean like debatably a lot of these in B tier are bad as rentals. Rental List is not the greatest. Rental Cloud9 sucks. Rental Bean, not the best. Like, I think it's unfair to put Gold Joker down a tier just because Rental Gold Joker is disappointing. Give Glumbus his own tier. I'm not giving Glumbus his own tier. Glumbus, a.k.a. the Lucky Cat. Am I crazy for saying this is too niche to be A? I feel like every Joker tier list that I've seen puts Glumbus at, like, A tier or above. But I just feel like this is too niche. The upside is big because if you get lucky triggers, like, you're usually the thing that you care about most from lucky triggers is money. So if you're already, like, scoring lucky cards and you're getting the money and you're getting the mult off of them anyway, then obviously getting X mult as well for the rest of the game is, like, a huge upside. But, like, how many runs on average in Gold Stake are you running enough lucky cards for Lucky Cat to be anything above like a 2x? I don't know. Lucky Cat is bad unless you have retriggers or oops, then it's godlike. Yeah, I agree. You're looking for a single lucky hit, not to consistently hit luckies. This is like times 0.25 per round. Dude, I feel like even if you're scoring like 4 lucky cards per blind, this is probably not times 0.25 per blind. I'll put it in A just because, like, if you have enough lucky cards to support it, it's really good, but I don't know, man. Like, I feel like Lucky Cat a lot of the time is just kind of a pass. I guess it does get a little bit of help from the fact that it only spawns when you have lucky cards. So if you don't have lucky cards and you just don't care about Glumbus anyway, you're not going to see it. Yeah, okay, I could see A being respectable then. I could see A being respectable for sure. It's like B, I think it's too conditional. I don't know. It's conditional, but it's strong enough to where I could see it being A. I'll keep it in A. People in the comments can argue. Baseball might be controversial. Baseball's S. You can turn your brain off in like every baseball card run ever. If you find a baseball card Especially so if you already have uncommon jokers, but even if you only have like one uncommon, obviously you're not taking this if your full lineup is like commons and rares, but if you have one uncommon, you can just pivot into all uncommons, and then baseball's nasty. Baseball, the X mult that baseball gives you stacks up so easily. And like uncommon jokers usually are like, I would say the average uncommon joker is like a pretty solid gold stake joker. So like I'm never sad to get a baseball card. Baseball card is actually just like a lobotomite build. It's very good. Very easy to pop off with baseball. Baseball's lucky there's so many good uncommons. That's what I'm saying. Times 3.75 with 3 uncommons on top of whatever the other uncommons are doing. Like it's genuinely just so good. Baseball by definition needs other jokers. The other S tiers don't. I mean, I guess, but like still, dude. Baseball is an auto win. You're never taking it if you don't have the uncommons. That's literally what I'm saying. Like if my lineup is Grimbo Square, business card, I don't know, I'm just picking random shit. Sly Joker, like I'm never taking a baseball card. But if you rotate one of those out for a burger, then baseball card's just free. Then you just run away with the game every time. Blueprint needs other jokers. Blueprint also does need other jokers. That's very fair. That's how good baseball is. That's what I'm saying. I think baseball is very, very fair. Bull. I'm going to put Bull in B. I think you could definitely make an argument that Bull is A, just because it's like 2 chips per dollar is actually a pretty good rate, IMO. I think 2 chips per dollar is like... It's a pretty good rate. It's a pretty good rate. Much better than Bootstrap's rate for mult, I would say. But like, a lot of the times you're not going to have a ton of money on gold stake, right? Like in the runs where you get like goofy shit like Bull Bootstraps, obviously you're going to have like $400 to your name, and then Bull's just going to be insane. But like the average gold stake run, the majority of gold stake runs, probably you're not going above $100 ever, right? So like Bull does a job, and it does its job good, and it rewards good financial, it rewards you being like good with finance, which you need to be good with finance to beat gold stake anyway, but like it's not great. It's not great. Very good on Plasma, but besides Plasma, it's a little mid. Yeah, on Plasma, it's very good. There's a lot of these chip jokers that on Plasma, they're ranked quite a bit higher, but Bull is just like, in the average deck, is just like, eh. Seed money cap is still a lot of chips. It's a plus 100. That's like not even a ×2 once you get to the late game. I don't know. Bull might be the second best chips joker behind Wii. No, Squimbo is definitely better than Bull, for sure. Just won a gold stake run at negative $15. That's crazy. Stuntman is better than Bull. Yeah, Stuntman is also better than Bull, for sure. Jokajola. Jokajola's in a weird spot. I always take Jokajola when I see it, because the double tag is very funny, and it only costs me $3 for a double tag. That's what I'm saying. Or that being said, what the hell? I can't talk, man. It's been 3.5 hours. My brain is cooked. That being said, I can count on one hand the amount of times that I have ever used a double tag from Jokajola. I always take it just because, like, haha, double tag funny. In all of my 700 hours of gold stake, I don't have 700 hours in gold stake, but I have 700 hours in this game. In all of my hours of gold stake, though, I could literally count on one hand how many times I've used the Jokajola double tag. It's not good. It's not good. It's F tier. I take it the only F tier that I will take every single time I see it in the shop if I have an open slot. But an F tier nonetheless, because it is literally a -$3 button for me. Unless it's rental, in which case it is a cosmetic double tag. Cola should give you 2 double tags. I feel like even if it gave you 2 double tags, you still use them like almost never. Cola could give me like 4 double tags, and I'm probably still... Okay, 4 is an exaggeration. But even if it gives me 2, I'm still like never skipping. I don't know. I only like using my double tag on spectral and negative tags. In Gold Stake, I would say both of those are below average skips. I would say pretty much every non-economy related skip in Gold Stake is a below average skip. The shop is way too valuable most of the time. Yeah, exactly. If it gave 2, it would be way too broken. Hard disagree. Probably makes orbital tags and economy tags worth it. Orbital tag is a whiff 1 out of every 9 times, though. Because it's not guaranteed to be something that you care about. So like I still feel like skips need some help in this game, man. If they're gonna be, if the skipping is ever going to be meta, they need some reworks. They need some buffs. But I don't think the intent of skipping is to be meta, and that's okay. Put cola in its own tier. I'm not putting cola in its own tier. Should I put cola in its own tier just for the meme? Because I do always take cola. Chat, should we put cola in its own tier? Yes. I'll let chat decide. Cola. Coke tag. Yes. Okay, we'll put Jokajola in its own tier. I feel like that's funny. Always take, never use. Cola. I'm just gonna call it cola tier. People are watching the video. They know what I mean. Cola. Jokajola. There we go. Above S, but the worst Joker. I'm putting it below everything. I can at least count. I can at least say that I've had one Baron build take off. I don't think I've ever used. I might not have ever used a cola. I know I said I could count on one hand how many times I've used a cola. In Gold Stake, I might not have ever used a cola. Speculative cola, yeah. Okay, trading card. I feel like trading card's A. If gift card is A and if Midas is A, I feel like trading card is A. That might be a bit high, but deck fixing and econ at the cost of a discard. Normally it's a fair trade, right? Normally it's a fair trade. $3 and fixing 1 card, so like half a hungman at the cost of a discard. That's trading a discard for pure shop value, $4.50. Pretty good. Pretty good. Solid Joker. Pretty much always take it if I see it. Even if I'm playing pair builds that don't care about deck fixing as much, like you still always want a high density of blue seals and stuff like that, right? So pretty much I never skip trading card. I don't think it's like broken, but like I never skip it. It's pretty good. Trading card, my beloved. Yeah, for real. Ironically, Cola might be best on Anaglyph deck. Yeah. Cola's S tier as far as bait goes. Yeah, Cola is experienced player bait. Flash card. I don't think it's quite on the level of Erosion or Fortune Teller, but I don't think it's on the level of Grimbo and the others either. It's a big econ sink, right? The problem with Flash card I think dodges the unusability of Erosion and Fortune Teller because it scales so fast, and it scales for something that you're already going to be doing in a vast majority of Gold Stake runs, which is rerolling the shop. But it's just awkward because if you don't, like, you need to have timing to take Flash card. If you take Flash card in the early game, you're taking it too early. But if you take it after, like, ante 5, probably you're either going to have something better than Flash card, or it's just not going to work, right? It's very weird. When you take it, it works. Like, pretty much a lot of the B tier Jokers are like, you don't take them a lot, but when you take them, they work, right? Madness, Mime, even Spaceman, Bean, Parking. So, like, I feel like Flash card at B is a very fair assessment, I'm not gonna lie. Flash card is the ideal anti-5 plus mult. Yeah, exactly. Trading card S tier because of that one doc thumbnail from like a day or 2 ago. If you have enough money to reroll for Flash card, do you really need that shit? Probably not, but like sometimes you do, man. I don't think it's unusable. I've had runs where Flash card pops off, but it's not great. it's pretty hard to slot in. You know what? I'm fine with putting it in C tier, actually. I'm not going to put it any lower than that, but I'm fine with putting it on the level of Fortune Teller, because I've also had runs where Fortune Teller has popped off and done a good job. I think Flashcard at C is very fair. It's as unusable as Fortune Teller and Erosion. Yeah, I feel like that's fair. Popcorn. Hot take, I don't like Popcorn. It's definitely not F tier, but it is D. Only does anything in the early game, right? Only does literally anything in the early game. If you're taking Popcorn after Ante 2, your run is already dead. Popcorn is low C, hard disagree. Hard disagree. It is an early game warrior. Serves its purpose, you're guaranteed to survive early game. Yeah, pretty much. It's $4, right? I think it's 5. I could be mistaken. Pants. Pants might be the only scaling mult joker that I would put at S tier. I'm putting Pants S tier. That's maybe disagreeable just on the prospect that it's scaling plus mult, but like if you find Pants in the shop, you're pivoting 2-pair instantaneously. If you're that's like my backup. I guess I don't know. It could definitely be A, but Pants is like the one scaling plus joker in the whole game where like you just drop everything to pivot 2-pair. Scaling plus mult with baseball, I feel like S tier for trousers is fine. I don't know. Pants is amazing even though I don't play pairs. I'd say A. It's very hard to throw a Pants run is the thing. Like even with 2-pair being slightly less consistent than pairs, it's so hard to throw a Pants run. I think I'm fine keeping it at S tier. Like Supernova, you know that your run is going to be stable. Pants, you know your run's going to win. I feel like is the distinguish between like some of these scaling mult jokers and Pants. It's very hard to throw a game with Pants. I'm not going to lie. Listen to yourself right now and think about what I said about no good plus mult scaler. Cap. Dude, all of the other ones are fine with pairs. Pants just S tier. It's literally the best scaling plus mult. Yeah, Pants is peak. It's fine. Better green joker? Usually. Usually. Ancient Joker. I mean, I'm just going to put it S. I'm not even going to lie. Probably some people are going to argue with me about not putting it in A, but very seldom do I find an Ancient Joker build that... Very seldom do I find a run, even in Gold Stake, where I take an Ancient Joker and lose. Ancient Joker is so easy to play into. It's literally single-handedly makes flush builds better than pair builds. Yeah, absolutely. Ancient Joker is literally the reason to play flushes in Gold Stake. Like if you find an Ancient Joker in the early antes, especially, it is the definitive reason to play flushes over pairs. Flush Ancient Joker is so easy to build, and it's so good. I hate it because it never rolls the suit I want. Well, if you're fixing into like a particular suit, because Ancient Joker hits suits regardless of what you have in your deck. So I will say if you're fixing into a particular suit to get like quote unquote better Ancient Joker hits, you're throwing. And I think that's why most people die with Ancient Joker. But like Ancient Joker, you usually only need to hit 1 flush with it to beat a blind. And even if you need to hit 2, like you're still usually okay. I think Ancient Joker is such an easy win. Ramen, A tier. Very good with pairs. With the downside that it downgrades when it discards, but it's along the same lines as Grimbo. Usually in the builds that you're playing Ramen in, you don't care enough to discard, and if you do, the times 0.01 X-Mult that you're losing for discarding 1 card, or even if you're doing a full discard, a lot of the time what you're getting in return for discarding is better than the times 0.05 Mult. Very inoffensive X-Mult Joker. A lot of the times a 2x in tandem with literally any other X-Mult Joker in the entire game is enough to win Gold Stake. So it's Ramen is like completely fine, right? If Ancient was like Totem or whatever it's called and changed based on your deck, would it be S+? Ancient does not need that buff. People always, when Ancient gets brought up like any time in one of my run or like in one of my videos, people always be saying like in the update video that I made, people were talking about, oh, Ancient should be like Idol where it hits only suits in your deck. Brother, Ancient Joker would be the most consistent win of all time if that was the case. Ancient Joker would be so free. So free. Ancient gives Wilds a reason to exist. Yeah, unironically. Also, it is the definitive reason to run flush builds. It is the only reason to run Wilds. Definitely not saying it needs that buff, just talking about how OP it would be. Yeah, it would be disgusting. Anyway, Walkie. Walkie's D. Just barely dodges F because it is like kind of good early game. But if you're building around Walkie outside of White Stake, what are you doing? Not good. Same realm as Scholar. It gives you both chips and mult, which is actually pretty cool for early game. But outside of that, it's just not impactful enough for what it does. And also 10s and 4s are like both pretty bad. 4s get retriggered by hack. 10s get retriggered by nothing, and I don't think either has any synergy outside of walkie-talkie and hack with 4s off the top of my head. So just like pretty underwhelming on trigger Joker, but like it does a thing. Pot is a reason to wild, a bad one though. Yeah, no. I feel like if you're running Pot in the first place, like you need to reevaluate your gold stake decisions. Seltzer. Unconditional retriggers, but it's always perishable. I think it's B tier. There's a lot of cards that you could care about retriggering to get value out of. But I think on the vast majority of runs, you're skipping it. And in the runs where it does matter, like if you're running like Ancient Joker Seltzer, for example, and Seltzer is like, if you have like a really bad planet level and Seltzer is like what's getting you through the blinds, you just need to full skip, which is kind of annoying. But like it does, you know, it gives you value and then it goes away. It's not ass, but like it's not good. It's not like game warping. It's like okay. Same, yeah, it's like same justification as Mime, I feel like. It gives you value when you take it, but you're not taking it a lot. Seltzer can extend an endless run too, not that it matters. Yeah, I'm not ranking these in the context of endless either, because I almost never play endless on gold stake, and I feel like a lot of people do not play endless on gold stake. Castle. The more I've used Castle, the more I like it. I would say it's above average. Maybe if I made this tier list like literally a month or two ago, I probably would have put it in C tier. But it's like not bad. Castle pretty much gets saved by the fact that you can fix suits to make it more likely to get hits. I think if Castle was like Ancient Joker, Castle would be C tier for me. But the fact that you can suit fix, usually suit fixing doesn't matter, so like I don't care that much about it, but it is very nice. Castle checkered deck is also like incredibly fun, so that kind of gives it a couple of points. But other than that, it's like, it's not great. Raffle every time a castle exists. Does Raffle not like checker or castle? That's kind of funny. Smiley. Probably going to be controversial. I think it's D tier. I think in gold stake, like obviously white stake, you can build around Smiley and be fine. Gold stake, I think if you are running Smiley after ante 3, you need to do some evaluation on which jokers you should be building around. This does not give you enough value to be taking it into the mid to late game, in my opinion. There's just so many better hits, especially for builds that care about like triggering a bunch of face cards. There's just so many better things that you could be running instead of Smiley. Probably if you're getting value out of Smiley anyway, again, this is like kind of a hiker situation for me. If you're getting that much value out of Smiley, probably you're playing a build where like a couple of planet cards is just better than Smiley. Actually, I guess not. That's more a thing for hiker. I guess Smiley is still like 25 mult if you're scoring 5 faces, but like regardless, I don't see Smiley as like consistent scoring unless you have Chad. But that's more so like just glazing Chad instead of Smiley. I don't know. I don't like Smiley. Smiley is Photo Chad's little brother with the unplugged controller. It's kind of funny. Campfire, S tier. probably controversial. Campfire seems to be the new age obelisk. Again, when a lot of these tier lists on YouTube, at least, are like fairly old for Balatro. And a lot of people like shit themselves when they see people put obelisk very high. And I think a lot of people have kind of tuned into the fact that obelisk is very good for gold stake. But I think Campfire is new age obelisk. I think a lot of people don't like Campfire, and I think everybody who doesn't like Campfire is just not. I think it's just kind of a skill issue. I think the people who don't like Campfire just are bad at managing their econ, or maybe just don't understand how it works. I've had some people come in chat and be like, "I thought Campfire was destroyed cards, not sold cards." So like maybe there's like a couple of those examples, but like Campfire is so good. I understand not liking it because it like resets after every ante, but dude, you can sell so many cards in an ante to where that does not matter at all. And especially if you have like purple seals and stuff, if you have cards in your deck that can give you like tarot cards and shit like that within the blinds, dude, so much scaling. The reset very seldom matters on Campfire. It's so good, man. It's so good. Campfire is a direct way to convert econ to score. Yeah, exactly. It's so disgusting. Reminder that Campfire used to be times 0.5. Dude, I still cannot believe that. When I watched like Raffles tier list for the first time and he was like Campfire times 0.5 mult per card sold. I've had runs, like fairly modest gold stake runs, where I get Campfire to like a 10x. Campfire being twice as good as it is now, like a year ago. How did people not see that was disgusting? Old Campfire used to be double what it is now. Hello, I missed the golden age. I didn't play Balatro when Campfire was times 0.5. I genuinely missed the golden age. Disgusting. As a certified Campfire glazer, what I wouldn't give to go back to those times. Holy. Oh my goodness. Old Campfire was better than like half of legendaries. Old Campfire is like top 3 jokers in the entire game. And that's only because Blueprint and Brainstorm exist. Nasty. But yeah, it's very easy to scale, especially with the presence in gold stake specifically of rental jokers. You can oftentimes, until like the very last couple of antes in the game, you can just keep an open joker slot on Campfire runs and just like rotate in and out rental cards and then just take some bullshit into the blind with you that you don't plan on selling until the next shop. And Campfire gets like, it's immensely easy to scale that way. It's so good. If you are a Campfire hater and you're watching this video right now, next time you see Campfire in the shop, unless taking it would kill you instantly, unless you need like the instant gratification type scoring, build Campfire, man. It's so good. It's so good. Cannot recommend that guy enough. Gold Stake didn't have $1 rentals, so you had half the number of sellable hits. I feel like that's like not even that. I feel like that's just such a drop in the bucket compared to double Campfire scaling. I feel like that's completely fine. Jolden Ticket. Yet another photo example, which is why I'm putting it in D tier. I think photo with no retriggers is pretty... photo. I think Jolden Ticket with no retriggers, pretty ass. But Jolden Ticket, the instant you get, like, any retriggers, even with something as modest as, like, a Chad. With Chad, Jolden Ticket is, like, the best econ joker in the game. Surpassing even mail-in, unless you have, like, an idle deck. And even then, sometimes it can surpass mail-in. But it's very much like a photograph 8-ball type of thing, where if you're not running retriggers with Jolden Ticket, it's just kind of a dead slot in the shop. But when it pops off, it does pop off. Bones. Also D tier for the same reason that Luchador is D tier. IMO. Can save you from like Vessel, can save you from Wall, can save you from any boss pretty much is like the biggest use of Mr. Bones. But like at the end of the day, he's a very conditional Joker, a very conditional Joker. You need to be able to pivot out of something that's already in your lineup in order to take a Mr. Bones and not die the next subsequent blind if you don't find something better. And also, like, 9 times out of 10, when you need a Mr. Bones, you're just not going to draw him, right? I just don't love Mr. Bones. He's aight at best. I think D tier is very respectable for Mr. Bones. I have yet to meet a Campfire hater that doesn't hate Obelisk because they just don't know how to play the game, man. If Bones gave you the money from the blind, would it be any better? Marginally. Marginally, it'd still be D tier, but it marginally better. It's not that good. Bones is C tier. What are you even on? Bones is not C tier. Specifically, but for the same reason that like Luchador is not C tier. If you're using Mr. Bones on anything other than like a particularly difficult boss blind, you're just delaying your inevitable death, right? Like that's why Mr. Bones is D. What is Cola tier for? Because it's in a tier of its own. Because it's F tier, but I always take it, so we thought it'd be funny to put it in a tier of its own. Acrobat. Pretty cheeks. Same problem as Dusk, where like it's a good, like ×3 mult is not bad, but it's only ×3 mult on your last hand. This is pretty much like the quintessential mid-game X-Mult Joker. You want if Acrobat is procking, you're spending all of your money on your hands to get it to proc, and then it's only a ×3 for your last hand, which is like usually not that good. I think probably I'll put it in the same tier as Dusk. I think you could justify moving Dusk up to B tier even and keeping Acrobat at C, but I think I'm just going to keep both of them at C. They're reliable, but they're awkward at best. Sock. I want to say Sock is above average just because face cards have so many synergies, and Sock just re-triggers face cards, which is kind of insane. I think Sock is an above average re-trigger Joker, but like at the end of the day, it's still wanting you to play big hands, which is a bit risky. But like if you have Sock, maybe you have like Photo and stuff like that, that makes it a bit more enticing. I think Sock is pretty good. Re-triggers don't do too much. On the average run, it doesn't, but usually it's fine. On the average they don't, but on the runs where they do, like on the runs where re-triggers don't matter, you don't take Sock, and on the runs where re-triggers are going to give you good value, you take Sock, and then you're like actually chilling. I don't think I ever take a Sock over an Acrobat. On the average run I wouldn't either, but you like there are runs where Sock matters, and it matters quite a bit. I also wouldn't say Sock is worse than Dusk in a gold stake context, just because hand money. Probably it doesn't matter that much, but I think Sock does squeak out the W, just because it doesn't require you to play all of your hands. Swash. Swash is C tier. Swash is C tier. Not great. Not great value. Maybe it's B, actually. Probably it's B if, like, halvesies and abstract are B. The problem with Swash is that it's just, like, by the time that you get Jokers with high sell values, unless you're literally using it with Egg or Gift Card, you probably don't need plus mult Jokers, right? I think C is completely respectable for Swash. Because by the time you're getting a Joker lineup where Swash is like plus 15, plus 16 mult, you probably have a ton of uncommons and like a rare or two. So you're probably already in like mid to late game. I don't think he's on the same level of like consistency as like halvesies or abstract or something of that nature. I think C for Swash is completely fine. What about gift card synergy? It's fine. B only with gift or egg? Yeah, pretty much. Put it next to egg? Yeah, I can put it next to egg. That works. I can put it next to egg. Troubadour. This is yet another card that I don't have a ton of experience with. I will say, Troubadour is like kind of along the same lines as Shortcut, where it just enables straights much easier. And the added hand size does let you keep some value cards in your deck, but -1 hand is usually kind of bad. I do like Troubadour, though. I'm not experienced with Troubadour, but I do like him. I think I would put Troubadour at a solid B. I don't think it's quite to the level of, like, straight consistency as Shortcut. I don't think it's to the same level of value as, like, Midas or Trading Card or Gift Card. But I think it's a solid Joker that you can build around and just have a goofy little, like, straights build. It's budget painted deck. Yeah, it's pretty much just budget painted deck is a good way of putting it. And, like, painted deck is really good, right? So I'm fine with Troubadour at B. I do think this is weaker than Juggler. I don't think it's weaker than Juggler. +2 hand size is pretty damn good, even at a Joker slot. The -1 hand sucks, but I don't think it's weaker than Juggler. Certificate. Certificate I'm going to overrate. I'm going to tell you that I'm overrating it right out the gate so that you don't get mad at me. I mean, you can still get mad at me, but I'm just going to let you know that I'm overrating it, so now I reserve the right to not care when you get mad at me. I put it in A tier. Certificate is like my pet Joker, man. I think everybody has one Joker that regardless of how bad or good it is, you just always take it when you see it, and for me, that Joker is Certificate. Certificate is, on average, just a lot of miscellaneous value. Red Seal is probably the worst hit, but if you're playing a build that cares about retriggers, Red Seals can be extremely polarizing for just winning entire runs. Blue Seals are broken. Blue Seals win gold stake runs. Even gold seals are just, like, not bad value. Like, +2 on a hand net value is pretty damn good, and if you have retriggers, that makes them even better. And purple seals are just free tarot cards. I think Certificate is really good. It's econ and scaling and deck building in one package. Yeah, it's just like it's a solid Joker. It's a solid Joker. On most builds, Troob is weaker than Juggler. Yeah, but I think on the builds where you take Troob, it does more than Juggler on average, right? Taking it for like a few rounds will never be bad. Yeah, I just like Certificate, man. I think it's just a solid Joker. Like, even if you get like, unless you get like back-to-back Red Seals, you're just like never really sad about what Certificate drops your way, right? Like every seal besides Red Seals in Gold Stake, I think give like pretty good value for what they're worth. So I'm never sad to see a Certificate in the shop. I pretty much always pick it up if I have the empty Joker slot. Love Certificate. Smeared Joker. I really hate Smeared Joker because I am not a flush player, and Smeared Joker just appeals to flush players and flush players only. This just says Smeared Joker is essentially just, hey, your deck fixing can be bad at the cost of a Joker slot, which, like, yay. I think it's so bad. There are builds, obviously, where it does more work than others, like Idol. I know Idol's horrible in Gold Stake, but like Idol Smeared Joker can be a little bit of tech. Ancient Joker, Smeared Joker, if you're bad at deck fixing, or if you're like for some reason not evenly suited, maybe if you get really unlucky with an Immolate, sometimes it can save you, but more often than not, I think it's just really bad for what it's worth. It's just not worth the Joker slot, right? You would rather just have, I mean, I'm not even a flush player at all, but like it's literally what I said initially. Smeared Joker is just, hey, I can take up a Joker slot and you can be shite at deck fixing, which, like, who cares? I'm putting Smeared in F. I don't care. Smeared Joker and Four Fingers. You can really tell that I'm prejudiced against flush builds in Gold Stake, but I just think it's Smeared Joker's so bad. When am I ever taking Smeared Joker and having it matter? I don't care, man. Auto F, yeah, it's I don't feel bad about putting it in F. Okay, this is gonna make some people sad. This is gonna make some people sad, but I don't care. It's the same thing as the photo take. It's just the truth. Throwback's F, dude. Throwback is F, and it's not close. Skipping is already, on average, not even on average, a vast majority of the time, skipping is a net loss in value, unless you're on Anaglyph deck. Unless you're on Anaglyph deck, skipping is a net loss in value. and the equivalent of scaling hologram one time is still not enough to make up for that. Throwback being times 0.25 scaling instead of times 0.5 scaling is almost insulting. It is just not even remotely close to the justification that you would need to take a skip unless you literally are taking like back-to-back investment tags. It just sucks in Gold Stake. Is it very fun? Yeah. Throwback on like a fun tier list is S, indisputably. But for Gold Stake, oh my god, what a bad Joker. You're skipping shops and probably getting like a dogshit spectral pack, and you get, again, the equivalent of one hologram scale in return. Yippee. Not good. Not good. Ass. Throwback is acceptable in the anti-8 big blind shop if you took the investment tag and anti-1. I would still disagree because why are you rotating out of something anti-8 big blind shop? Throwback is only viable for speedruns? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. You only take it if you have perishable S-tier Joker with it in anti-5? Precisely. Precisely, which is just not a good enough niche to carve it out. Okay, probably the most predictable rating of the entire night, besides maybe my Baron take. This is probably something that I will surprise literally nobody with. Chad is S tier. Is Chad necessarily an auto win by itself? No, but Chad, dude, I said it in the update video that I made. Chad is the displacer kitten of Balatro. It combos with everything. It's so easy to combo with Chad for scoring, for econ, for just anything that you need at any given moment. It is Balatro's most versatile Joker. It fits into any build. It's a lot along the lines of Perkeo. I'm not gonna rank Perkeo yet, but it's along the same lines of Perkeo. Regardless of what build you're playing, regardless of what playstyle you have, you can fit it into any run and it can play any position that you need it to. GOAT. It is the best all-rounder in this entire game. So good. So good. Number 1, use Joker. Nerf now. Yeah, true. You should try Throwback Madness. That's crazy. Anyway. Rough Gem. Pretty ass. I think Rough Gem is probably... I don't want to say the worst of these like gem Jokers, of these like mineral Jokers, because I think Bloodstone is also really bad. But Rough Gem is like kind of not good. Just gonna keep it a stack. I think Rough Gem in D is very fair. Are there builds where you're gonna be happy to pick up a Rough Gem if you have like a lot of retriggers and if you happen to be building flushes? Yeah, I think Rough Gem's fine. But usually you're just never taking it, man. I don't think Rough Gem is good. Rough Gem is early game. Yeah, but it's $7. Like, what are you doing taking this early game? And also, if you're taking it early game, you're gonna have enough spare hands to be able to sink Diamond's flushes into this. Like, no, I don't think it's ever worth, man. Not that it's ever worth, but I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. Bloodstone, I think similarly is D tier. In the same vein as Photo, if you don't have retriggers, Bloodstone screws you over so many times. I'm putting, honestly, just out of spite, I'm putting Bloodstone and Misprint tier. Bloodstone and Misprint tier, Bloodstone and Misprint both deserve D tier, but just out of how many times that they've whiffed for me personally, Bloodstone's getting the shaft, man. Every time, every single time I pick up Bloodstone without retriggers, never procs, ever. Every single time. You can never take Bloodstone speculatively, ever. You have to take Bloodstone if you have retriggers. Otherwise, it just actually does nothing. It's not good. It's not good. So bad. Bloodstone should be guaranteed times 1.25. I don't know. I feel like that would be... Bloodstone with Oops would... That would kill Bloodstone with Oops, which I think is pretty cool. A Bloodstone and Oops is like a fun combo, but Bloodstone in a vacuum. Bloodstone needs either retriggers or Oops, and if you don't have Oops, even with retriggers, it can still kill you. I just don't like it. Arrowhead. Arrowhead I think is fine. Arrowhead I think is actually above average. Like, even if you're just playing pairs, like plus 100 chips if you just if you just deck fix some of your shit into spades is like pretty good. I also want to give it an honorable mention, and I'm going to keep it in B tier, even though people probably want to move it down. Arrowhead is like actually an auto win on Plasma deck. Arrowhead is for Plasma deck what Hologram is for like any other deck. Arrowhead on Plasma is like actually disgusting. It's so good. It's so good. But anyway, I want to move Arrowhead up. I'm not going to move Arrowhead up. I don't think Arrowhead is game warping, but it is really good. Specifically because if you lack the deck fixing, probably you're only getting like 2 or 3 Arrowhead procs per hand, which is like not terrible, but probably you're getting closer to 2, which is still not bad, but like it's good. I think B is respectable. Onyx Agate, early game warrior after that. I'll put it on the same par as Fib. Early game menace. If you take this in the early game, you're just not dying for the first 3 antes, but after that I feel like it falls off quite a bit. On trigger plus mult is just really bad after a certain point, like regardless of how high it is. Even if it's like Agate or Fib, on trigger plus mult is just so bad after a given amount of time. I don't know. I don't like it. Probably people would rank it slightly higher. I could see people putting it in above average, but I just think it's pretty bad. Glass Joker is along the same lines as Bloodstone for me, where it's really good if you get it to do its thing, but like whenever I have a Glass Joker, my shit just don't be breaking, and it does make me angry. I think Glass is average though. You only need one. The thing is, like Bloodstone, you need to get lucky with every single hand you play it. With Glass, you need to get lucky one time for a Glass break, and then it's a better polychrome. And then every Glass break after that just makes the run more free. Maybe I put it in B tier because of that. You know what? I'll move it up to B. I think it's not on the same level as Acrobat. You only really need one Glass break. Like if you don't get the Glass break, then obviously Glass Joker is just buns. But you only need one Glass break for it to be playable, and you only need like any more than one Glass break makes it a far above average X-Mult Joker in my opinion. I think it's pretty good. Hello, Iz. Welcome in. Showman! Yet another Baron and Idol example. I think it's not quite on the same realm as them for me to put it in Misprint tier, but yet another, like, Baron Idol situation where Showman's phenomenal for, like, endless runs where you have, like, a ton of money and can be re-rolling the shops for, like, extra blueprints. But, like, Showman and Goldstake just does actually nothing. Has anybody ever taken Showman in Goldstake? I don't think so. Showman is Misprint tier and it's not close. I just don't want to put it in Misprint tier because Baron and Idol are down there. You know what? I'll throw it in there actually. I don't think I've ever taken it except for the gold sticker. It's just not, you're not re-rolling enough. Even on runs where you have a ton of money, you're not re-rolling enough for this to be valuable ever. I'll put it in Misprint tier. That's fair. I take Showman because I'm greedy. That's not even a greed play. That's just like you're wanting to hit the actual like Las Vegas jackpot if you take Showman and Goldstake. You're expecting to hit like a 1 in 1,000 bare minimum. Like taking a Showman is wanting a Cavendish to break. like genuinely. I don't know, man. I don't think Showman's good at all. Flower Pot. Flower Pot's D, man. Really hard to make work. And when it does the job of Card Sharp. Which, like, yippee. It's like Flower Pot just pisses me off. Is ×3 mult good in a Goldstake context? Yeah, absolutely. But like Flower Pot's just not worth the work investment. It's the same. It is a less offensive version of Baron. You need to be playing bare minimum 2 pairs so that you're scoring 4 cards with 4 different suits. And the upside of doing so is a ×3, which is like the most common X-Mult in the entire game. Not good. Another wildcard enabler? Yeah, but it's a really bad one. Like, I would still say wildcards are not worth it in Flower Pot. but I would also just not take Flower Pot in the first place. Obviously, wildcards boost your odds, but like, I'm really questioning what you're doing if you're taking Flower Pot in the first place. I just don't like it, man. It's not good. Pot is not a wildcard enabler. It's like kind of, I feel like, but it's not. Feels like a win more Joker. Yeah, pretty much. That's a good. I feel like that's a good synopsis. It is really a win more Joker, isn't it? You'll die to Suits Boss with wildcards. That's what I'm worried about whenever I do wildcard things. And I guess in theory you could say the same thing with Ancient Joker, but like also Ancient Joker is just such an immense amount of scoring that you're fine. Even with wildcards, you need to play 4-card hands at least. Yeah, exactly. Blueprint. Okay, I said Chad was going to be the most predictable ranking. Probably Blueprint was. I feel like this needs no explanation. Blueprint at S tier. Brainstorm at S tier for the same reason. I'm just going to rank these both at the same time. I feel like that needs literally no explanation. Brainstorm slightly worse than Blueprint because it's only able to copy one particular slot as opposed to just anything in your Joker lineup. So there are some circumstances where like you're copying worse Jokers with Brainstorm just because of how it works. But Blueprint, you're literally copying the best Joker in your lineup for whatever situation you're in. So if you have a mail-in rebate and a card sharp, you can copy the mail-in rebate to double your money when you're using your discards, and then when you're playing your hands, you can copy the card sharp, just slide the Blueprint over, and double your points. So Blueprint is essentially just double econ, double points in every scenario that it's in. Very good. Brainstorm is like marginally worse, but it's still number 2 Joker in the entire game for the same reason, because usually not like 9 out of 10 builds, Brainstorm is just double econ, double points as well. Very good, very broken. Number 2 and number 3 respectively in the used list. Yeah. There are actually a few situations where Brainstorm is better. How? Blueprint and Brainstorm are the reasons I take Showman usually. I mean, you're just not finding them again, man. I'm just going to keep it a stack. Oh, Polychrome. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Polychrome. I see. I mean, that's still like super niche regardless though. Wii Joker. I don't think Wii Joker is S tier. It's A bare minimum. I might put it in S pure. I don't think it's S. Just like personally. But putting it in the same tier as Square Joker feels wrong, so I'm just gonna put it in S tier. Just like based off of that. It's very easy to snowball with Wii Joker, and it's the best. Like even with such a niche condition for activation, scoring a 2, giving you 8 chips for the rest of the game. Like even if you just play like pairs of 2s and you deck fix for 2s, this is by far the best chip scaler in the entire game. This is probably consistently like at least a ×2 in terms of chips, probably realistically a ×3 if you get like any retriggers or whatsoever. You don't think it's S because skill issue? What do you mean, bro? It's very good, just like big chips usually are not as impactful as big mult as well, but it's easy to get online for what it's worth. It's the best chips Joker in the game. Yeah, we'll put him S tier. That's fine. Andy. This is a Joker that I used to pick up a lot, and I find myself picking up less and less. I don't like Andy. I think Andy's average. More discards can be useful, more purple seals, more mail-in value, etc., and so on. But -1 hand size really blows. And usually, Andy's kind of counterintuitive, because usually, unless you're taking it strictly as an econ Joker for tarot cards or for like mail-in, usually you're taking it in order to find bigger hands, but because you have -1 hand size, I feel like you're finding your bigger hands at roughly the same rate because you're seeing like roughly the same amount of cards. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. It's very mid. It's very mid. Why is Obelisk above Jokajola? What do you think of a flat gimmickless plus chips or X-Molt Joker? I think that'd be fine. I mean, we already have a Oh, plus chips. The problem is I personally value 1 hand size as 2 discards because holding stuff in hand is important. Yeah, I would generally, like, I don't know. Andy has uses. I don't think he's D tier, but I don't find myself taking him a lot. He's counterintuitive with the builds that you think you would work with, and with the builds that, you know, don't care about the hand size loss. Well, you don't need the extra discards unless you literally have like mail-in and shit like that. So like, who cares? Dice, I think, is above average. I don't think it's A. I don't think Dice is like broken as shit, but I think it's above average purely just because Dice lucky cards are kind of nasty. Being able to get the mult proc can matter like once in a while, and that's always nice, but being able to hit that $20 twice as often, kind of gross. Kind of gross. It just doubles the econ output of your lucky cards, essentially, along with giving you like maybe Bloodstone value, maybe Space Joker value. Like, even if this was just like lucky cards are twice as often to proc, I'd probably put it above average. Maybe I put it in A. I'll put it in A. I don't use it enough to to say definitively I know where it should go. I'll put it in A. Lucky cards are very fun, and there's a lot of other interesting synergies with it, so I feel like A is fine. The problem with Dice and A for me is that like I don't like to take it speculatively, because there's it's in like a really weird space where like there's a lot of stuff that works with Dice, but like not enough for me to want to take it speculatively like Chad, right? Because there's a lot of runs where I would take Dice and then just like see nothing that works with it, right? And then it's just kind of a dead slot. I don't know. I'll put it in A because it's fun. Lucky cards are broken. Not broken, but very good with it. But it's not like consistent or anything, right? I think it's fine. Always speculative Dice. I don't think it's always speculative Dice. Sixth Sense is Spectrals, not Tarots. Yeah. Where's Dice without lucky cards? Probably in B if I'm ranking it in A. I think lucky cards are the vast majority of the reason why you would ever take speculative Dice. Seeing Double. One of the worst X-Mult Jokers in the game, but an X-Mult Joker nonetheless. Probably I put this at C tier. ×2 for just playing a club and some shit that's also not a club. It's not bad. I don't think it's like a godsend in the majority of runs that I get it in, but it can definitely save some runs. I'm fairly fine with putting it in average. There's also just like, you know, if you get like a little bit of bad luck, you can have it not proc, which is annoying. And ×2 again is like not huge, but it can, you know, it can save you. It's not bad. It's not bad. Seeing Double needs to be higher. I don't think it needs to be higher. It's just Duo. I don't think it's just Duo. I think it's worse than Duo. Maybe I could put it in B if Duo's in A. I think it's still fine in C. I don't find myself taking it nearly as often as I used to. It's not incredible. Duo, Ramen, Seeing Double, they're all the same Joker. Cap. How is Dice A because of Magician, but Egg only C because you don't see Temperance? Because Egg's only value is in Temperance. Dice at least has like a lot of other shit that it can work with. Egg's only value outside of selling it is Temperance. And like Swash. Slow down Swash, bro. I've evolved. I no longer totally hate Stuntman. No, Stuntman's good. Matador? I think people hate on Matador a lot more than they should. I think Matador's definitely above average. Obviously, there's a lot of times where you see him that he sucks, but like in the inverse, the times where you see him where you can like, especially so on Suits bosses, even in the early game, Early game Suits bosses are the best case scenario for Stuntman, but even like anti-6, if you're just seeing like the window or some shit, regardless of what build you're playing, unless I guess you're playing a flush build, you can always just ship like a diamond card as a part of your hand and make a quick $8 and then rotate him out. He's niche, but like he makes up for it. He gives you a lot of money. Mostly he's just annoying because nobody who even plays this game, for like hundreds, even thousands of hours knows how the hell he works, because he's just so unintuitive with like half of the bosses in the game. So I could see that making me want to put him in C tier, but like functionally he's a B tier Joker. You can make like, probably you can make an average of $24 on a boss blind when you're playing against boss blinds that can trigger him. I think he's really slept on. I think he's good. Matador isn't bad for its power level. It's bad because it's confusing and doesn't follow its own logic half the time. Yeah, precisely that. Precisely that. Shit the road. There's a reason that we call this shit the road. This is along the same lines as like a Baron or a Flower Pot. If you can deck fix for it, it's pretty good, but like, how many times are you actually deck fixing for this John? Probably not a lot. I'm gonna put him in D tier. There are runs for sure where he's goated. Erratic deck, notably, he's pretty damn good. Also, him being a rare, you see him like not often at all, so the amount of times where he's even takeable just diminishes quite a bit. The runs where he pops off, he's like, aight. But the vast majority of the time, he's just ass. There's a reason we call him Shit the Road, like I said. Is Hit the Road the only Jack-specific non-randomized Joker? I'm pretty sure, yes. I'm pretty sure. The fam. I don't know. I feel like the fam at average is still fine. ×4 mult in exchange for playing a hand as difficult as 4. Honestly, I'm going to put the fam at above average, specifically because I feel like straights and 4 of a kinds are like pretty equivalent in terms of like deck fixing needed / like how often you're going to see them. And the fam is ×4 and straights are ×3. Also, it's much easier to fix into like one rank as opposed to straights needing a bunch of different ranks, and it's just like a hassle to deck fix. I think fam is pretty solid. Not many runs where you get it to work, but it does its thing if you have a lot of ranks fixed. Family above trios, wild. Trios far less deck fixing than both. Yeah, but when are you ever playing 3 of a kinds? Like almost never. Unless you're playing abandoned deck or something like that. Whereas 4 of a kind, I could realistically see you playing if you get the fixing. Like, if I have the fixing, I'm not playing 3 of a kinds, right? Which is, I think, why Trio is below it. Trio works for anything containing it, too? Yeah, but, like, regardless. 4 of a kind, full house, anything above? I mean, I guess, but then it's 3x for 4 of a kind or 4x for 4 of a kind. I still think Trio's average is fine at average. Also, if you're playing full house and gold stake, what are you doing? Unless you're on exactly painted deck. Duo is greater than trio, which is greater than family. I disagree. Family fails if no 4 of a kind. Chat, how many runs are you playing? Never mind. It's how many times are you whiffing the 4 of a kind but drawing the 3 of a kind when you're deck fixing enough for either? I feel like almost never. I think family being above trio is completely fine. You should play 3 of a kind more. It's a damn good hand. I think it's like super dependent on the deck, but maybe I could try and force it more. Stuntman. I would put Stuntman in S, honestly. Stuntman, if you find him stickerless, you just play pairs, and 250 chips is like a ×2. At worst, in like late game, I think Stuntman is definitely. Okay, actually, caveat. I'm gonna put Stuntman in A. Purely because the -2 hand size, it doesn't matter for like pair builds and stuff, but it does mean that usually you can hold less value items in your hand, which is kind of sad. So I'm gonna put Stuntman in A. I think he would be high A, but he is A nonetheless. I'm gonna move him down. Invis. Hot take. Invis is D. Not many runs where Invis matters at all in Gold Stake. Not gonna lie. Very much so like another like photo instance. Not many runs where Invis does jack shit. And even less where even if it did something, you would be willing to rotate out of a Joker for 2 rounds in order to pop the Invis. I think Invis is so incredibly overrated for Gold Stake. Not good. Is Invis like Ankh but a Joker? Yeah, but it doesn't destroy your other Jokers. Joka Jola tier doesn't do anything, still taking it. I dodge Invis a lot in Gold Stake. I don't know. Invis should give +1 Joker slot. I disagree. That would be way too broken, but in its current state, I don't like it. Satellite. I think a lot of people are going to disagree. Satellite's F for me, man. I almost never take Satellite. I almost never take Satellite, ever. When like the amount of builds where you're even like popping more than one type of planet card is already pretty low. And on top of that, the amount of builds where you're popping more than one type of planet card and you also have the open Joker slot for Satellite to get value in the first place. They're very few and far between. I think Satellite is way too niche for what it is, and it needs, at the very least, some kind of buff, but I would like to see it be reworked into somehow utilizing your most played hand. Or if it was like common, and if it was like decreased in price. If it was like a common Joker that maybe cost $5, I wouldn't hate that. But Satellite being uncommon and like the most I've ever seen it give me in Gold Stake is like $6 and ante 7. Just not that good. Just not that good. I don't like him. I don't think I ever take him. I hype up Satellite as a meme, but I do like it. It's an interesting concept, but I don't like it. I don't know if I agree Campfire's S tier requires too much money, IMO. No, Campfire's broken. Campfire's so polarizing. It's definitely S. Shoot! D tier. Scaling Mult Joker. This is probably going to be controversial. Scaling Mult Joker whiffs way too often for me to consider it, like, ever. And also, it's a scaling Mult Joker that requires deck fixing, which, like, yeah, Queens aren't exactly the worst rank to be fixing into, but, like, why do I need deck fixing for this to not just beat my ass every single time? More often than not, you're getting Shoot the Moon in the early game. You are playing 3 blinds with it and making more than enough score to win, and then you are playing a 4th blind with it, not top decking a queen out of your entire deck and just dying. Not a big Shoot the Moon fan whatsoever. Not a big Shoot the Moon fan. Have you been doing this tier list the whole stream? Yes. Well, the first half hour was just yapping, and the rest has been the tier list. I did not think it would take this long, but that is why I started stream like 2 hours early. Driver's license. Driver's license is in a weird spot for me. I'm warming up more to it, but it's still like an erosion-esque Joker where like you need to take it speculatively if you see it and it's not turned on. Obviously, if you see it and turned on, it's just a Cavendish, which is fire. But if you see it and it's not turned on, you're taking it speculatively, which at times, like driver's license, if it's not turned on, I feel like is bait almost all the time. If you're rotating out of something for it, that is. I would be fine putting it in. I mean, unconditional ×3 mults is really good. It's just so awkward when you find it and it's not turned on. I'll put it in A just because ×3 unconditional is so good, but there are a lot of times where I see it and it's like 9 out of 16 and I take it and I just never turn it on and then I die. I don't know. I'm fine with it in A, but I think I would rather it be B. It's a similar minigame to Cavendish. It's practically the same Joker. I don't know, man. I always get it too early when I barely have enhanced cards in my deck, or I never get it when I have enhanced cards. Yeah, exactly. I think I would say B. I think A, just because ×3 unconditional is really strong, but a lot of the times you see it, it's just not turned on, and then it makes you sad. Cartomancer. Yet another very controversial take, I think. I think Cartomancer's C at very best. I really want to put it in D tier, but I think people would be rioting in the streets if I put it in D tier. I think Cartomancer is so overrated, man. A lot of the time in Gold Stake when I play, this is also just a play style thing. When I play Gold Stake, I do a lot of blocking. I'll just take random shitter tarot cards and keep them for like a long time, provided I don't have blue seals. If I don't have blue seals, I'm obviously not blocking because I want the blue seal value. But like a lot of the times in Gold Stake, I just find myself having full slots going into the blind. And so if I have full slots going into the blinds, then Cartomancer's just a dead slot. And also, like, 1 tarot card per blind. It's not the worst. It pays for itself because it's $6. You get 3 back in sell value, and then the first tarot card it generates you is $3 for talking shop value. So, like, Cartomancer is kind of always free to an extent, but, like, I feel like I always block Cartomancer. I don't know. It's just it's definitely a playstyle thing more than anything, but I feel like it's so overhyped. I'm not a big fan of Cartomancer. It feels pretty weak. It's a great filler Joker. I mean, I guess. Astronomer. not terrible. I think I would also put Astronomer at the same place as Cartomancer. Astronomer, if you find it in a shop that has any Celestial pack, again, just based off of raw shop value, if you find it in a shop that has any Celestial pack, it instantly pays for itself. So it's an econ joker that you can kind of always take, but it's also kind of the thing where, like, if I don't have Telescope and I'm taking an Astronomer and then immediately taking a free Celestial pack, like, eventually I'm going to get a hit, so it's kind of cool in that regard. But if I'm playing straights and I rip a Celestial pack for free with Astronomer and it's Mercury, Pluto, I don't know, Jupiter, like, just kind of a big who cares. But also you can make the case, like, you're going to open that planet pack anyway and get scammed, so might as well open it for free. I think if you have a free slot, Astronomer is, like, never a bad play. But I'm not a big fan of it. Also kind of warming up to it. There was definitely a point in my life where I would put Astronomer at F tier. But the more I play with it, the more I realize he's kind of good. He's I don't know. He's not the best. Astronomer Constellation is a good combo. It's okay, but, like, probably there's better things than Astronomer if you're running Constellation. Any other X-Mult Joker is probably just more impactful. But sometimes you just play with what you run with, right? Or run with what you find. I don't know, man. You know what I mean. Burnt Joker. I think Burnt Joker is really good. Would I put him in S? Honestly, probably. Burnt Joker's disgusting, man. I think he's A tier, absolute minimum. Is he on the same level? Maybe Burnt Joker's not on the same level as, like, Vagabond and stuff like that, but Burnt Joker is disgusting for, like, pair builds. I'll put him in A. I think Burnt Joker in A is very respectable. But Burnt is, like, disgusting if you get him early. And even if you get him late, it's a pretty good amount of value. Pretty good amount of value. My guy got changed from uncommon to rare. That is true. Burnt is S for me. I'd be fine with putting him in S. I think A is respectable. I think if you wanted to put him in S, I wouldn't argue, but I'm gonna put him in A. He feels very strong, but he's still not usable in, like, every build, right? I don't know. S should be always take, but if I'm not doing pair, I wouldn't take him. I don't know. I feel like you can still take him and get value out on him in, like, some builds, but usually you're just forcing pairs with Burnt, right? Or forcing flushes if you're playing, like, checker deck. I don't know. I feel like A is fine. Burnt on checker deck is infinite flush levels. Yeah, true. Bootstraps. Another average Joker, I would say. I think Bootstraps is very C tier. This is, again, another example like Bull, where, like, if you have a lot of money, he does a thing, and he does a thing very well. But also, like, how many gold stake runs are you going above, like, even like $60? Unless you have seed money, like, how many non-seed money gold stake runs are you going above $60? Probably not a lot. And Bootstraps does, like, not much. Bootstraps does, like, for how much money you need for him to proc, he does, like, almost nothing at all. He only gets saved from D tier, in my opinion, because he's a scaling mult joker, and scaling mult jokers are, like, kind of all good to some extent. But, like, to put it in perspective, Bootstraps needs you to have $40 in the bank to be +1 mult better than an abstract joker. I think that's a really bad ratio for an uncommon joker. I feel like that's ass. I feel like that is dog doo-doo. But I don't know. I just think he's really underwhelming for what he's worth. D tier. I don't think he's D tier because if he's, like, the only scaling mult that you find, or the only scaling mult that you can, like, pick up if you're not playing pairs or whatever, he does fill a good plus mult joker spot, but, like, he's underwhelming. He's underwhelming. Canio. Probably S tier. With the caveat that if you don't find a hung man, you're just fucked. But if you find one hung man with Canio, you kind of just win because it's just a Cavendish, right? So I think that's a fine place to put him as an S. I think he's completely manageable as an S tier. You only need to proc him, like, one time for him to just be goated. And there's a lot of runs where, like, you know, the meme is you never find a hung man on Canio runs, and then he feels kind of bad, but, like, he's chill. Trib is probably also S. It's just photo, but way better. Maybe Trib is not S. I think Trib is A, because he does require a little bit of deck fixing. And he wants you to play big hands, but like if you have the econ to back up Trib, Trib's really good. I think I wouldn't put him in S. I don't think he's an auto win. But it's really easy to make Trib pop off. He's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yo Rick, I'm gonna put in A just because I think Yo Rick is an S tier Joker, and I should be putting him in S, but I'm gonna put him in A just because he feels really underwhelming as a legendary, specifically on blue stake and above. I think on a strict power level basis, Yo Rick is definitely an S tier. So I'm like acknowledging that I am underrating him here. But on blue stake and above, he just feels he feels very unimpactful for a legendary. For a legendary Joker, he just feels kind of meh. Especially if you get him like after a certain point in the run, it's just gonna be like, okay, this is a ×2, this is a ×3, yippee. I don't know. F tier Joker, that's crazy. He's barely ×1 mult per ante. I mean, that's still a lot of X mult for just having to discard. Like his condition is fairly easy to fulfill. I think he's definitely S tier in terms of power level, but like, I don't know, he's just kind of underwhelming for a legendary. Post blue stake, he's definitely S tier. Shaco I gotta put in the same place as Shaco is average. Shaco is C tier. Him being a multi-use luchador is definitely what keeps him out of D tier. Being able to use him against every boss blind that you come across is very nice. There are some runs where it absolutely matters that you find a Shaco. But even just dodging boss blinds, especially with pairs being the meta, there's not a ton of bosses that pairs even really care about. So for a Joker slot, he feels like he kind of has a steep cost. But there are runs where he's impactful for sure. Is green deck good in gold stake because you barely have any discards? It's worse, but it's still like not bad. Skill issue, if you're playing with boss blinds in mind, it's so powerful. I don't think he's a skill issue. He lets you play aggressively for score. I mean, I guess I still don't think it matters in the vast majority of runs. But there's runs where he does lifting. There's runs where he definitely saves your life, but it's still a steep cost. Also, definitely a case of feels like a legendary effect flavor wise, but power level wise feels underwhelming for a legendary. Kind of like the opposite problem of Yo Rick. Feels underwhelming from a legendary perspective, but in terms of the power level, not in terms of the effect. And Perkeo is S tier for the same reason that Chad is S tier. Fits into any build, can copy any. It's just a jack of all trades. Regardless of what build you're playing, regardless of what hand you're playing, what play style you personally have when you play Gold Stake, he can copy any consumable card for any particular situation. Even if you're at absolute worst, he's a Golden Joker. That gives you better temperance value. At absolute worst, you're just copying a dog shit planet card that you don't care about every shop, and that's giving you $4 extra. And that is literally the worst that Perkeo will be. So I think he's completely fine as S tier. Completely fine as S tier. All right. W tier list, chat. I feel like this is going into this, I was kind of skeptical because there's a lot of Jokers that I haven't really thought of a lot in terms of like a tier list perspective. But I feel like this is fairly comprehensive. I feel like we did a fairly good job at rating Jokers as a whole. All right. So he's pair-pilled with Trib. Yeah, pretty much. I meant Grimbo, not green deck. I think you meant green deck. I think the most iffy is the niche A tier powerhouses and the C tier X mults. I don't know. I feel like my list is fine. I'm not gonna lie. I think I know everything about this game. I think anybody who disagrees with me is bad. Just kidding. Anyway, all right, let's see who we can raid. Shout out to my sleep schedule. Good night, y'all. Was fun. You're still too multiplayer pilled. Yeah, definitely. I will agree. 100%. 100%. Okay, let's see who we can raid, shall we? Skirt is doing music. Pop-Tart's doing Hollow Knight. Sizak's Gold Stake speedrunning. Probably I'll just raid a random streamer. Huh? Oh, Nandre's playing Balatro. Maybe they're doing like Gold Stake. Or not Gold Stake. What's it called? Naninf or something? I feel like they always do Naninf, no? I don't even know who I want to raid, honestly. Honestly, I might just let y'all disperse tonight. I'm going to let y'all disperse tonight. That feels fine. Actually, no. I'm going to raid Sizak because we have hella people in here. I would feel kind of like an ass if I just let y'all disperse. I'll raid Sizak. They're doing Gold Stake as well, so it's a little fitting. Not the normal multiplayer content from Sizak. I feel like that's fine. Okay. Bang. Raid focus. Hello. All right, we're gonna raid Sizak. YouTubists, come over to the Twitch if you want to be a part of the raid. Good tier list. Thank you guys for watching. Love y'all. Again, this is not like definitive. Obviously, we had a lot of points of contention even when we were just discussing ratings. If you want to yell at me about any particular thing, let me know in the comments. Twitch chatters yelled at me in real time, so I'm not going to acknowledge them. Anyway, love you guys. Stay safe, sleep well, and have a good one. Raiders, go show Sizak some love. Love you guys. Thank you for being here. I know this was a long one, but I appreciate y'all sticking by. Love the tier list streams. They're very fun, very nice. PV with the follow. Thank you. Kind of an awkward time to follow, but yeah. Love you guys. Have a good one. No stream tomorrow. No stream tomorrow. For people who are new, no stream tomorrow. I'd take Sundays off. We'll be back on Monday for Modded Monday. My bad. Love y'all.